been almost 6 months since GRIDLIFE was last at a racetrack, and that was all the way out on the West Coast in Northern California. The 2025 season marks a new era for GRIDLIFE, one that embraces new partnerships, a revised schedule, and even new racing categories. But as we have for the last few seasons, we'll kick off the year with a trip to the sandy Southeast. Welcome to Kershaw, South Carolina. Welcome to Carolina Motorsports Park, and welcome to GRIDLIFE. This is a great season, 9 events on the calendar year. We're kicking things off here in South Carolina. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Kevin Bandy, GLTC driver this series, Eibach GLTC, one of those new partnerships I mentioned, Kevin, but we're so excited to get things underway here in South Carolina.
Absolutely. Really excited to be here, honored to be sitting right here. Unfortunately, it's not going to be as big of a season for me this year, so at least I get to stay involved in a way. That being said, I will be at Road Atlanta. I might be at additional events as a driver. Just really happy to be here.
Yeah, you mentioned Road Atlanta. That's one of the new events on the calendar here this season. Of course, we kick things off here in South Carolina as we have the last couple of seasons. But we've got the special stage event in partnership with Formula Drift at Road Atlanta May 9th and 10th. Really excited about that. That's a new event for us. We'll be on a big, big stage if this wasn't big enough for you already. Of course, we got Midwest Festival in June, the Classic. It's going to be in its 12th year, I believe, this season. So that'll be at Gingerman Raceway in South Haven, Michigan. And then we're off to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course at the end of the month. That'll be, again, another GRIDLIFE Classic. Then Summer Apex Festival at Road America. That was a big event last year, Kevin, one of the biggest racetracks in the country, and it's a great place for that. But, of course, Circuit Legends as well, Chicagoland, Laguna Festival, and Pit Race. Those are the rest of the events on the calendar season. We're really excited to get things underway, so let's kick things off here from GRIDLIFE South Carolina. And have a look at our circuit analysis for Carolina Motorsports Park, a track built in 1999, Kevin, 2.26 miles around here, 14 turns, built on an old grass airstrip that went defunct in 1988. It's got a lot of character, though, as one of the premier club tracks of the Southeast.
Absolutely, and as you'd expect from an airfield or something like that, not a ton of elevation change here, and pretty good sight lines. You can see a lot around the track, but that doesn't mean that this track isn't without its challenges. It's incredibly technical.
Yeah, it starts off, of course, with turns 1, 2, and 3. It's a quick left, right, left combination that pinches down. Then you get this run up to this three right turn sort of carousel corner, turns 5, 6, and 7. You're back on power there. Then it's a long blast down the back straightaway towards turn 8.
That's right, and we'll talk later about a carousel further in the track, and you can get those confused when you're first learning this track, which adds a lot of challenge. Being a triple apex like that, or 3 turns in one, it's a lot of complexity. How do you do before the turn in? How do you do mid-corner and exit?
And have a look at our live schedule here for Friday's action here. Day 1 of 3 as far as the on-track for the race weekend. Of course, 2:30, of course, Rush Series qualifying. Then track battle of heat number 3 of the weekend at 2:50. A little bit of overage time just in case we need some, but then it's the Rush Heat Race number 1 at 4:10. And, of course, it'll be GRIDLIFE Touring Cup qualifying at 4:35, ending with some drift at the tail end of the day. So lots of action just on Friday afternoon alone, but it's a full 3-day event here at GRIDLIFE South Carolina, Kevin, and you've already seen the fans are here, the vendors are here. It's a big event, as it has been the last few years.
Yeah, absolutely. This is not just a test day. This is a full day. It's a real thing here, so it's cool to see everybody in action already.
Yeah, we mentioned some new partnerships, of course, Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Championship. That's a new one here this season. a slight rebranding of the, almost said rebandying, of the GRIDLIFE Rush Series for this year. They've got a new category that will be added as well later in the season. So there's a lot of big storylines coming into this event that we're really excited to talk about. But the racing here at this fantastic racetrack is going to be fierce. It's a tight technical course, as we mentioned. But between the Rush Series, between Eibach GLTC, TrackBattle, and Drift, you're not going to be missing action at any point, anywhere. Some great trackside angles, some great aerial coverage, as always. The weather has been a challenge up to this point this weekend, but it's gorgeous today, high 60s and beautiful, and I anticipate more of the same for the rest of the weekend.
We saw the same last year. Really bad storm on our practice day coming into the weekend, and then it cleared up, and we saw some great track times, some great on-track battles, and I expect the same this weekend.
Yeah, of course. And this, again, we have a little bit of time until we head to Road Atlanta in May, so this is also going to give us an idea of what players are new to the game. In the Eibach GLTC series, the 18 new competitors out of the field of 38. That's an enormous rookie field coming into this event. I think the same is true with the Rush Series. There's some big names in that as well. So who's going to establish themselves at the top of the standings? This is the first time we're going to get to see them lay down some points. Will we have a new champion in any of those series? We're bringing the Rush Series in with the GLTC-style point system as well this season. So we'll be following that a lot closer throughout the season. So who are we following? What are we following as the year goes on? We're really excited to kind of see how things play out. And, of course, Drift as well. They've got two surfaces they're competing on, not really competing on, but having fun on this weekend. The full course, the 2.26-mile layout, and also the kart track. So the fans are kind of split between those two things, Kevin. It's a lot of fun to watch both.
It is, and from our view here, it's cool to see people running from one fence to the other to make sure they don't miss out on the action. There is so much to see. Yeah,
certainly. And the kart track, they're running a couple different layouts over there as well. Some big names on the Drift side as well. Grace Sitton joining us for that, Jennifer Black for the track battle stuff. But you're here for all of the racing action this weekend, Kevin. So this is your first time in this seat. A lot of drivers always tell me that this is a different perspective. They walk away sort of watching Eibach GLTC or Rush differently than they did before. What's your expectations this weekend?
Absolutely. I really expect that. It's, you know, when you're here, you constantly find out, hey, I had no idea you did so well in this other class or something like that. You miss out on so much of the action because you're so focused on just surviving the weekend, if not doing better than that. So I'm really excited to take this perspective, learn more about my competitors and others in the series and be a part of it.
The last time that you were here was last year. We'll talk more about that later this weekend. But the Rush Series, rebranded this season. Cerise Taylor is our pit and paddock reporter. She caught up with some of the Rush drivers earlier today.
What's up, everybody? Cerise Taylor here for another beautiful, fun-packed year with GRIDLIFE, and I'm standing in the Rush SR pits. These Rush SR cars are so dope because they are purpose-built race cars that are easier to get into as far as price point, and they're more fun to drive, and they're very well maintained by the team behind me. And not only that, but we have some drivers that you might recognize. Get over here, TJ Hunt. We got TJ Hunt. You might recognize him from YouTube and the internet. Not only him, but we got Nate Hamilton, we got Grant Anderson, and a dozen more other drivers. How many drivers we got here this weekend?
There's a lot.
Yeah.
I don't, like, in Rush?
Yeah.
I think there's 30 plus, 33, 35, something like that.
That's
So
crazy.
There's a lot of us out there.
That's crazy.
It's wild. Then a lot of new people, too.
Yes.
That are new
Yep.
to Rush and GRIDLIFE. So it's really cool to see that after the exposure the past couple of years, that it brought in a whole wave of new people, which was, like, the whole goal and point. So
Yeah.
it's really awesome to see.
They're very approachable cars as far as, like I said, the price point, how much fun they are to drive.
They're
and also
cheaper to run an hour than a K1's go-kart.
That's good to know. Cheaper to run than a K1 go-kart?
Yep.
That's so
per
dope.
hour. Yeah.
And they're so cool looking.
Yeah.
So let's go and watch some races, catch up with the guys later. Stay tuned.
Thanks, Cerise. Always love to see her smiling face in the paddock. Catching up with TJ Hunt, big YouTube star as well, running in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. We mentioned sort of rebranded this season, and that was because of the introduction of a new category. We don't have those cars here this weekend. There is a demo car of the new model, but it was called the Rush SR Series because it was just the Rush AutoWorks SR car, but now they have the Rush SRX as well, which is a higher power car. It's got DRS and push to pass and all sorts of cool gizmos and gadgets on it. It's a little wider car as well, so that will be debuted a little bit later in the season, but there is one here on site for the fans to sort of check out. So exciting things coming for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series this season. It's your first exposure kind of getting up in the paddock and seeing what those cars are all about too, I think, right?
Yeah, I've seen them being in the paddock before. Last season we saw a lot of the Rush SR cars, and it was really cool. It was really cool to see this totally different approach on things, and we're already seeing some crossover. I've got one time attack friend that is today competing in Rush SRs. It'll be really cool to see that in the Rush Series, and yeah, very cool cars.
Yeah, of course, that is Andy Vogel. We'll talk more about him and his trajectory from the track battle side of things over to the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. But, of course, we got lots coming up here this weekend from GRIDLIFE South Carolina. And the GRIDLIFE Rush Series is going to be the focus of the kickoff of things here on Friday. GRIDLIFE Rush Series qualifying on track now here at GRIDLIFE South Carolina, the first of our broadcasted sessions here this weekend. There will be plenty more. Kyle Heyer here again with Kevin Bandy, and as we head down onto the racetrack for this qualifying session, a 4-race format, very similar to what we see in Eibach GLTC, Kevin, but this is lay down your best lap time and set the grid for the first of 4 races.
Yeah, we're starting out in really challenging conditions. Right before this session, we saw drift out there, and then what did we see next? We saw some rain. So that's the worst possible scenario. We'll see if they can still put the times down.
Yeah, already Andy Vogel right to the top of the board. You see the purple wipe there. That indicates that he's already got the fastest lap of the session so far, 1:39, 1:36. You mentioned him a little earlier. He's come from the track battle background. Now, moving into a wheel-to-wheel racing series, qualifying is effectively a time attack session.
Yeah, basically. So this is where he should be strong, right? We see the car looks a little bit like a C8 Corvette, but just shrunken down, and he seems right at home in it. We saw 1:38.3 in the last practice session, so there's still some time on the table for that we know he can certainly pick up.
Yeah, certainly. Blair Hosey in that number 8 up in second place as well. And the driver in third place we should also take note of, that's James French in the number 70. He's got a lot of experience in prototype machinery, specifically in things like the WeatherTech Championship. Actually has a couple of 24-hour victories at Daytona. Not in these cars, of course, but in, I think at the time it was Prototype Challenge, that category. And, of course, these are effectively in some ways sort of like a prototype. They're high downforce, low power relative to their size. So they certainly get up and go. But as far as how James French is going to take it down, he's already up inside the top 5. We've got a handful of new drivers. Ryan Leach was always really impressive last season. Remember a 3-wide battle up the hill at Road America? He was involved in that. And Blair Hosey to the top of the board in the house entry, 1:38.603.
Yeah, we're broken now into the 1:38s. We're going to keep seeing times drop as people get comfortable and get used to the conditions, and maybe the conditions even improve during this session. So we're gonna continue to see those times drop. And, yeah, it's exciting to watch.
Yeah, certainly. And you see all the shifting and shuffling there as drivers are up and down the order. Now James French back down to 5th place. Ryan Leach up to 2nd. Blair Hosey down to 3rd. Vogel goes back to the top. And Nico Bratz, one of those 3 drivers that was battling side by side all the way up the hill at Road America, up in 4th place. That's the red number 7 that Nico Bratz is piloting. It's a very shiny red. The whole paddock that they have over there is all sorts of metallic vinyled Rush Series cars. So easy to spot.
Again, this is a spec series. There's some things you can do. You can do little tweaks. But the biggest thing you can do to stand out is change the livery of the car, like you said. So you'll see some really cool stuff that either fit in with a specific team they're a part of. Maybe they've got some sponsors on there, or they're just trying to put out their personality in the best way they can. Again, with a spec series like this, you can tweak things like a little bit in suspension, a little bit in brakes, and things that really change the driver feel, but you can't do anything with the tune. You can't add power. The tires are regulated, everything like that. This really is meant to be who is the best driver. We want to showcase that.
Yeah, certainly, and there's a handful of cars out there from a couple of teams that have sort of paddocked together. These cars, one of the advantages of them, you can get a whole bunch of them under 110. You can fit 4 in a standard garage space, as far as 2 in a standard garage space, but 4 if you got them nose to nose. And that's one of the great things about them, is that their size makes them a very capable car to bring to a track that you can share space with your friends. But on the racetrack too, it makes this place feel a lot bigger, wider. We've seen 3, 4 wide when it comes to race time. So I do think qualifying, getting ahead of that melee is going to be really important for the start of race 1 later today. There's Andy Vogel in that 34, sliding through turn 2. There's the 7 and Nico Bratz. And this car in trail is the 33. That's Alexander running P6 right now. And one of the new things in this car, new graphics package on the side, the numbers are a little bigger, a little easier to read than they were in the past, which is going to help us up here as we learn all the new names. So
Yeah, absolutely. And you see sometimes there's a bit of a slide coming through turns. Other times they'll be chewing up the curbing here. It looks like we've got a car that just slowed to a stop. So anytime that happens, we're going to see some kind of flag. In this case, we still see on our display here, green flag. That means everything's normal across the rest of the track. But in that one zone, you might see a local caution, and then there's no passing when they pass by that vehicle.
Certainly, we'll see if any time shift or shuffle at the top of the order. Pretty competitive there. It's only a 1/10 of a second between Hosey and Volkel, and then another 1/10 back to Ryan Leach. Then it's 3/10 further back to Nico Bratz. And you can see there's that waving yellow. Can't quite get a shot to see. This is on the inside of this 5, 6, 7 here that we're looking at.
I think that might be. There's actually a cross-through road, but they're not there. But this is textbook what you should do, right? You just want to get out of the way. You want to make sure you're not a hazard to anybody else, so that everything can continue and people can continue to build their times.
Yeah, as far as other entries we should take note of, and he's just moved up the order and off of the screen I was going to point at, but Jeremy Boysen, who's running both Eibach GLTC and TrackBattle. Look at that slide out of turn 14. That was the 33 of Ethan Alexander, and the 8 car, that's Blair Hosey, who's got...
Oh, that doesn't look good.
No, that's got some smoke out from underneath the car, so he's going to have to jump out of that thing, and this will probably bring a yellow or a red flag out, but we'll see how things progress here.
Hosey's certainly a top contender out here. We've seen incredible times in practice already, still at the top of the board in this session, so it's always a shame to see any kind of mechanical take somebody out.
Yeah, so this is the 256 car as well, which I don't have on my list at the moment, but it looks like driver Reed is behind the wheel of that. Sam Reed, I imagine. But 25 cars have taken time, so we talked about TJ Hunt earlier, getting the field is quite sizable. In fact, between all the entries that have returned again, you see Nate Hamilton in the 8th spot, the 144 car up in the mix. And a number of others that have returned to the series, then a whole bunch of new drivers that are sort of taking this on, and Andy Volkel's one of them. He's got a similar livery to what he had on his C8 Corvette in track battle competition last year. Very easy to spot, but he's second on the board right now, and track's still green, so he's still circulating and trying to knock Hosey off the top. Now the question for Hosey is that car going to be repairable to the point where they can keep that qualifying position?
Right, the qualifying time only does you so much good. You still have to have a reliable car that makes it through the entire weekend.
A couple cars drafting on the back straightaway as well, and I imagine, as we saw at places like Road America, that the tow in line with a car ahead of you is going to be fairly significant in these open top cars. So tuck up underneath somebody. A couple of teammates sort of work together here. One of those cars, I believe, is the 144 of Nate Hamilton, working with some of the Rapscallion teammates.
And there's Andy again. He's the head of a little bit of a drafting session there. This is through some of the quicker parts of the track. The kink coming up here at turn 10 is the fastest part of the track, or at least right after that when you get into your braking zone. And then that's a really tight left-hander afterwards, so that's a really tricky part. You got to carry your speed through there. That was something I really struggled with last year, just building up that speed throughout the weekend, and I'm sure we'll see some of these drivers continue to progress throughout the weekend as they build confidence in the car and the conditions and the track itself.
Yeah, one of the things that, when you were on our Grid Lives documentary last year here at GridLife South Carolina, is that kink in particular in the Eibach GLTC series. You don't necessarily have a ton of downforce. You have some. These cars make a lot of downforce relative to the size and the weight of the car. So what that should mean is that the kink should be an easy flat out, but you've got a big curb on the inside. So if you're running through there side by side, you jump that curb, you're going to unseat the car from the ground. You're going to lose some of that downforce. So it can be a little sketchier than you'd like it to be. There's a look at the 51 car. That's Gage Hughes. It's, I believe, a new name to the Grid Life Rush series, kind of all by his lonesome, headed down towards that turn 10 kink.
And you see we still have that car off and no longer a caution flag. So we know that car is in place, but it's in a safe place. So we're going to continue to see cars putting down times, and they're able to proceed safely. Yeah,
there was a standing yellow over there, so no longer a waving. So usually the waving yellow, the more vigorously that flag is being waved, the more attention they're trying to gather. But the standing yellow is something that everyone has seen on track. Here's Nate Hamilton now as we run on the FPV drone up and over turn 3. Big rumble strips on the exit of the corner there. That'll shake in every bolt out of your car and every bone out of your spine.
Absolutely.
Run down up to turn 4.
Especially, and we've made the analogy earlier to a go-kart, and really is very similar to that. You do have some suspension here, of course, but going over those rumbles, you feel it so much more when you're just inches off the ground versus in a full car that you drive on the street.
Yeah, and again, I think these cars might be a little bit less forgiving, stiffer suspension, so that the aero can stay as efficient as possible. When we get to the Eibach GLTC series, you'll probably see some drivers hammer that curbing. That's something that Eric Cattill's always been very confident in his Eibach springs, setup and his suspension. But some of the other drivers don't necessarily like hammering those curbs that hard. The apex curbs here are pretty smooth. It's the exit curbs that have the rumbles and ripples in them that can be pretty aggressive. Some people call them gator teeth down here. I always like that.
That's a good name.
Another look at the 256 of Reed, still currently 10th on the board, just ahead of Wright and Giacomo. Now, Giacomo's another driver returning for the GridLife Rush Series this season.
Oh, there's a bunch of those curbs you were talking about.
Yeah. Again, they're fairly compliant over the smoother curbs. It's just when you start getting onto the rough exit curbs and you start kind of chattering the suspension up and down, it not only reduces your mechanical grip, but also your aero grip. So in the faster corners in particular, it's not something you want to necessarily do. With exit of 14, same thing there as Hamilton goes for a little ride.
And that section of the track tends to get pretty dirty as well, because people end up running off on the outside, kicking up some dirt that gets kicked back over the curbs. So the curbs that were already kind of treacherous are now even worse with all that dirt scattered on there. So again, just another element that tends to develop throughout the sessions, throughout the day, and even throughout the weekend.
Yeah, the checkered flag is out now, so drivers that are on a flying lap will be able to complete it, but no one will begin a new lap that'll count at this point. Giacomo jumps up to 10th place in the final moments. And look how tight things are at the top of the standings there. Still just 2/10 across the top three. So really tight. And we got Giacomo in the 141s. And then some drivers that I think are adjusting. TJ Hunt back in 15th place in that number 28 of 143.374. I'll bet you there's a lot of drivers on that Rapscallion team that are sort of comparing against each other and using the data systems that are in these cars also to maybe overlay some data, see where they can find some speed. But a lot of it right now, and I'm pulling the Greg Creamer quote out. We don't have Greg here this weekend, but comfort builds confidence and confidence builds speed. And right now it's still the building comfort phase, I think, of the weekend.
Absolutely. And like you said, looking at data is a huge part of this. Being a team isn't about just making your liveries match or sharing logistics in the trailer, but you also get that team knowledge. You guys will likely share data, work together to find out where you're weak, where they're weak, and then that comparison can really help you all shine and improve more than just individually.
That 22 pink car was Jeremy Boysen, who we talked about earlier. He's got a rush on the way, but he's running this weekend. So I was joking with him that pink maybe wasn't his first choice, but it's what he has here this weekend. As looks like the Rapscallion guys are coming on in to the pack as well. I think that was the 53. That's Evan Shanks that's following in the 144 as well. Now, I don't think that Evan Shanks has made a start in this series yet, so this will be his first weekend. And if you're not familiar with that name, if you're on frequent YouTubes for the car stuff, you'll probably be familiar with that name.
Absolutely.
Big automotive YouTuber. I followed him for years, as I had with TJ Hunt, and so it's really cool to see not only TJ but also Evan here in the paddock learning the GridLife Rush Series ways.
I've talked to so many YouTubers, and they all say the same thing. They really struggle sharing any kind of on-track content. It doesn't seem to perform well, and so you see fewer and fewer do that. But when you see a huge swath of these joining something like the Rush Series, you know that there's that potential there, right? We're going to start to see, hopefully, more people share this amazing sport that we take part in.
Yeah, for sure. And I think you're right. When you bring them all together and you have them all race each other, that's fun, right?
Yeah,
so
who doesn't love that?
That's got to be some great content as well. But checkered flag here for the GridLife Rush Series qualifying, and have a look at your results there on screen as the last few drivers sort of peel off and head back to the pit lane. And whatever was ailing the number 8 of Hosey seems to have gone away pretty quickly. So hoping whatever problem that was can either be replaced or repaired in time for the first race, which isn't long from now. We have our first race for the GridLife Rush Series today. Although it does look like we'll have to get one of these on the hook to bring back to the paddock. Another look at some cars, just getting first sights of some of these. There's the 133 as well, which we even have a time on the board for this car. I haven't even seen it. That's Grant Anderson that's going to be behind the wheel of that car. So just new names and numbers associations as well is what we're learning as well, because some drivers have sort of a little bit of silly season moves, you know?
That's exactly what's been going on. We've seen people move from other series. We've seen a lot of new entrants. It's really exciting to watch. I'm again, like I said before, I'm so focused on my race weekends, I'm really digging into just what's going on with me and with Eibach GLTC. So it's a big learning curve for me to pick up on all this these drivers as well.
Yeah, certainly. And I think we got a little bit of a preview of the drivers, the main players that'll be at the front of the GridLife Rush Series race later in the afternoon. But it seems to be a lot of the same players. Blair Hosey, Ryan Leach, you've got Nico Bratz up there as well. But Andy Vogel is the driver that, you and I sort of circled, coming from the track battle background, now moving into the rush car. He's really well prepped to take the fight right to these guys. And the other drivers around him don't necessarily, I mean, he ran at GridLife Laguna in the fall, but not necessarily at the pointy end. So you've got a new driver up there. They're not going to know how he's going to race. He's going to be aggressive. I'm really excited to see how he does in this first race.
Definitely. He's got that element of surprise. People know the drivers they've been door-to-door with, and in theory there's not really doors on these cars, but they know these other drivers that have been around. Yeah, exactly. So to have a new entrant in here that could really surprise, podium, maybe even a top finish, that's pretty exciting to see. And judging by what we've seen today, there's that potential for sure.
Yeah, one of the main draws of these cars is really the cost of running, and I think that was the big attraction for Andy, moving from the track battle car where he had a C8 Corvette into a lighter weight race car that you can race wheel to wheel, an extremely competitive environment. You get a little bit of the drafting thing going on as well, but the cars have really cool pneumatic operated transmissions. They still do have a clutch like you'd anticipate, but you don't have to use it once you're rolling. So sort of a sequential gearbox. They're a chain drive motorcycle engine.
Yeah, that's really neat. I noticed that one of the few things you can change is there's 3 different sprocket sizes you have. So you can kind of change your gearing just like that, just like you kind of would with a bicycle.
Right. It gives you a little bit more top end. This is one of those racetracks so you probably don't need to get to 140 miles an hour on the back straight. You're not going to get that far away from it, but when we head to Road America, that's when you'll see the chains and sprocket sizes changing, and Lime Rock Park, same thing, kind of the opposite end of the spectrum. But they're great cars, and we have a big field of them here this weekend for our 4-race format, and with them sort of coming under the GridLife point structure as well, the championship I think is going to be a fascinating battle, especially since a lot of these drivers we expect to run the full season with us here at GridLife, so we're really excited to see what happens.
That is really interesting, and there's a lot of strategies here at play too. You only get one set of dry tires per weekend, right? You can use other things for practice. So if we see rain, I think we're probably done with the rain this weekend, but if we see rain,
hope so.
You can use wets potentially. Yeah, I hope so as well. Otherwise, you've got to kind of budget this out. Where do you really want your peak performance from your tires? Do you need to focus on saving them, or do you need to be more aggressive and just try to pick up time and pick up position?
Yeah, so with Rush Series qualifying out of the way, it's going to set the grid for race 1 of the weekend. Of course, race 1 today. We've got the rest of the races spread throughout the rest of the weekend, as we do with all the series here. So sort of a similar format to Eibach GLTC, that if you're familiar with watching that the last 6 or 7 seasons now, it's been a little while. So the first green flag will drop later on Friday afternoon, and it's going to be a thrilling fight. And I actually missed last year here at South Carolina because I was ill last year.
That's right.
So I haven't been here in 2 years, and the energy and excitement of the fans trackside when the green flag hits and all the cars get on the throttle together, and the noise floor of this place just picks up like 10 decibels immediately, maybe 20 by the time they get to turn 1. So yeah, so expectations, I mean, if you're Andy Vogel, how much pressure is on you to perform here?
Oh man, it's got to be. I think to some extent you could probably say, hey, there are no expectations. But that's just not how a competitor operates. He's going to have that desire for the win, and now that he's gotten up there in practice and quality, he knows that taste is in his mouth, right? He's going to have to shoot for it. He's going to have to give it everything he's got.
Yeah, certainly. So Rush Series qualifying the way. There's a look at the kart track as well, one of the 2 surfaces we talked about as far as what GridLife is drifting on here this weekend. We've got about 30 drifters spread across the 2 surfaces, and it's fun to watch drivers sort of tackle the tight and technical kart track here, and then they'll also be on full course. We'll see some of that later today. There's a look at some of the GridLife track battle cars that are getting staged up to head out on course for their 3rd heat of the weekend. Slightly adjusted format for the track battle series, which we'll talk about later in the broadcast. But
when we say there's a lot going on here, there really is, and the most surreal experience is standing on grid, waiting to go out, and then a car drifts behind you and covers you in smoke. This is just not something you get in any other weekend event, any kind of event you can imagine. this is uniquely Grid Life, and it's very cool.
Yeah, I think it's, we always look for the playground racetracks, right? Places where you can basically do anything you want, whether it's drifting, whether it's time attack or racing. We've had trucks jumping on ramps and lasers and all sorts of stuff. So you look for the places that are a playground, and this place absolutely is the Grid Life Playground of the Southeast. And there's the sandbox of the Southeast there at the exit of Turn 8. But that's a long run. There's that kink way at the end of that shot there. So that's Turn 9 in the center of the shot, but Turn 10 at the very end of that is that high-speed kink you were talking about. In the Rush Series cars, it's flat out. In some of the cars we'll see later today, not so much,
Certainly
not so
not.
easy.
Yeah, absolutely. That turn is, has a special place in my heart. I built up a lot of pace last year, and it's difficult to master because you come up on it and you have to stare at it for so long. And all that time you stare at it, you're just kind of talking yourself out of it. But here you are. We've got fans just line up against the fences. I always tell people that's such a cool thing about Grid Life. Anywhere else I could race, I get that opportunity to get the track time, but to have people watching just kind of changes everything.
Yeah, and certainly also the Turn 14 lounge is here as well. That's the back of the stage that we're seated on as well. So the stage will have some great music on it this weekend as well. So lots to talk about. But Kevin, I want to thank you for joining me here for the Grid Life Rush Series. We'll see you again later because we've got, of course, the Eibach Grid Life Touring Cup Championship coming up in a little while as well. So we've got some more of that today. We're going to see Kevin Bandy throughout the weekend on both the Rush Series and the Grid Life Touring Cup Championship. But Kevin, thanks for your time here today. And Grid Life Rush Series qualifying wrapped up here from Grid Life South Carolina. Grid Life Track Battle returns to Grid Life South Carolina and Carolina Motorsports Park for the third consecutive season as the opening round for the Grid Life Track Battle Championship. Welcome back to Carolina Motorsports Park. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Jennifer Black here this weekend, who stepped in to help out in absence of Greg Creamer. Jennifer, so excited to have you here alongside me here this weekend. And it's a big weekend for you, and you've got some family here this weekend as well, participating not only in Grid Life Track Battle, but also you've lent us a pace car.
Yes, absolutely. It's all very quickly escalated. About a month ago, we got one driver credentialed and in and registered, and last week we got a second one, and pace cars here, and then I got to join you on the main stage. So thank you so much for having me.
A pleasure.
Great to be here.
So we're really excited to get things underway. So 7 different categories in Grid Life Track Battle. We've got Sunday Cup, we've got the Falcon Club TR, and Street Class, and Street GT, and Street Mod, and Track Mod, and Unlimited. There's so much to follow, so many storylines to cover. But the big storyline coming into Grid Life South Carolina is this is round 1 of the season. We have 9 rounds across the year, Jennifer. So we're establishing our favorites in the different categories across all the different rule sets. Tell me more about the cars that you've brought here this weekend, because we've got the Camaro, that'll be the time attack pace car, but what are some of the other cars that we'll expect to see this weekend?
Sure. So the time attack pace car is a 2021 ZL1 1LE Camaro that is shock yellow and definitely will be able to catch the attention of the drivers. The cars we've brought today that are on track is David Wilkes, number 3. He's in a 2020 Chevy Camaro ZL1 1LE. It's black. And he, feedback so far from the first 2 heats of the day has been interesting, but a lot of prep work and a lot of effort going in the last few weeks just to be here. So track battle is on track, but I think that battle started a while ago.
There's a lot of battle in the garages in the months leading up to the season as well. So let's talk about the format as well, because
Sure.
for a lot of folks at home might not have seen or known about a slight change to our format from previous seasons. Now, lots of folks that have been around since 2015, 2016 at the beginning of the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship remember that sort of the old style way that we did things where there was heats of cars on track, the fastest driver at the end of the weekend won in each category. Then in 2023, we introduced the concept of the podium sprint, where we've got qualifying sessions that lead into this last chance battle to knock down on the podium. So the top 5 cars from each class go out at the end of the weekend and run their fast lap, and that's what we take for the trophies. Now, we've sort of merged those two things together for 2025, and it's going to be not only the podium sprint at the end of the weekend, but we are going to run this sort of old-style heat format all the way up to that point. So in the past, we had 2 practices and 3 qualifyings, and then the podium sprint. Now we just have 7 heats and then the podium sprint. So it simplifies things a little bit, but we're going to have more cars from more classes on track all at once. We've got some new graphics that we'll be implementing here as well to sort of track things. It's color-coded really nicely as well. But
That helps.
It's going to be run, it looks like we've got our slowest group, which I think is going to be Group D, and then we're going to go C, B, A. Is that the 4 groups we've got so far this weekend?
Correct.
From what you can
From
tell?
what I can tell so far,
Yeah.
yes.
It's been a very busy weekend for everybody here, but it looks like the first group is headed out on the racetrack here pretty shortly, and we'll expect to see a lot of Sunday Cup and Falcon Club TR cars. Now, these are our spec tire categories where we run the spec RT660 tire or RT660 Plus. And as these cars roll out of the racetrack, we'll talk a little bit about Sunday Cup in the category that it's a 25-to-1 power-to-weight class, Jennifer. And this is really, we call it intro level because it's the least expensive to join, but it's not intro level from a competition standpoint.
Nothing is.
No, so we're going to see a lot of really, really fierce action, not only in Sunday Cup, but also Falcon Club TR, which is sort of the next level up. But it's a track day category, but you can swap engines. It's 2.5 liters naturally aspirated or 1.8 liter turbocharged cars or less. And you can swap engines provided that the engines are still under those displacement limits. You got a little bit of aero to play with, and you're again on a spec Falcon RT660 tire. So that's the majority of what we're going to see on track right now. There might be some other cars interspliced in the mix, but it's going to be fun to see how you navigate traffic in particular on a track that can be pretty narrow.
Yeah, feedback from the earlier sessions was the track was sticky, and there's some fast cars along with some slow cars, and makes it really interesting trying to navigate for those that may have not been here before or not spent much time on this track or any modifications that they've done to their car since being here last time.
Yeah, so a pretty wide variety of cars on track right now. I just noticed that there's a Mercedes AMG out there on track as well. So in the mix with some Sunday Cup cars, I would venture to say that car had not yet been on track, so it was placed in Group D, but will probably not be in this group from here on out, I'd have to guess. They're all behind the, at least an interim track battle pace car as we head out on track, likely just cleaning up and making sure that all the Rush Series cars are out of the way and off course. But this will give everyone an opportunity to get some heat in the tires. You see some of the Sunday Cup cars sort of weaving back and forth. And you've also done some track driving recently, but of course you had an injury that's kept you out of the car for a little while. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so started tracking the Camaro back in the end of 2024, and in January, unfortunately, I took a fall, broke my ankle, ended up having a surgery. So I've got 3 plates, 21 screws, a pin and a tightrope all in my gas pedal foot now. So hopefully I'll get cleared to go back on track soon, waiting for the okay from my surgeon for that. But physical therapy's been going great. So excited to make that happen and get my C5 Z06 built and join the GRIDLIFE circuit.
That's great. And do you know what category you're building that car for?
That's
Not
to
yet.
be determined.
Okay.
We're
All right.
not sure where we're going to go with it yet.
I imagine this weekend there's probably a little bit of research into what category is best to build for as well.
Correct.
But-
And do I want to do track battles? Do I want to go wheel to wheel? And there's a very big difference in the car setups.
Yeah. So let's see if this is actually one of the cars we used to get here this weekend, this Mazda that's on track. So we'll see if it'll pull off this time or if we'll go around again. And again, if we don't see it pit in, there's likely a trackside condition that they're going to get sorted before we turn these cars loose. They've already run some times here this weekend, and we'll pull those up in just a moment. But as far as the quickest time there, the pace car's in, so we will be going green this time. And see cars come across the ticker there. This is going to be your overall running order as it stands, but Jason Davidson is in an orange Honda Fit. Ryan Mukherjee is in a gray or black car. And as they come around again for the completion of the first lap, we'll get some lap times on the board. Let's see how things are going in Sunday Cup, though. Or Club SC, sorry, the old habits die hard. We renamed that category this season. Lennon Radcliffe is leading in Club SC with his Toyota Corolla, 155.772, and that's over Ryan Mukherjee by about 1/10 of a second. So things are already really tight in that category. And we'll see how things play out when they rip back around. A couple cars changing hands there. That's Myers in the 704, the K-Tune car that's just dropped behind. I imagine we're going to see a little shuffling here in the orders for a couple of laps while everyone sort of gets set up here. They did get gridded up by pace, but again, there were some cars at the tail of this field that I think are going to be a little faster naturally once we get up to speed.
Well, and we've had a little bit of weather changes today as well that impacts the track. So rains came through last night, dropped the temperatures. The first heat track, everybody was saying how slippery it was out there. The second heat, not as bad, but it'll be interesting to see how this session goes and how those times increase over the prior sessions. And, you know, you mentioned the difference of 1/10, a fraction. Yep. And that's the amazing thing, I think, about track battle is it's not minutes, it's not seconds, it's milliseconds. And it breaks down that deep to make the difference and really give people the confidence on track to go out there and get after it.
So we should see some times here. Looks like Garcia in the 860 is going to jump to the top of the board. That is a street mod car, though. So given that it's in this Group D, I imagine that it's just the best of the session so far. And again, every time you see the purple wipe, that'll be best in class. Radcliffe in the 116. Sam Dooling is going to jump ahead, though, and Mike Jensen in the 156. That's a Mini Cooper in the Sunday Cup category. And there's Matt Williams in the 129 car, up to now a 55.8. So already seeing some times that are pretty competitive with what we saw in Sunday Cup, because Lennon Radcliffe's best was a 155.772. Now, you mentioned the weather. We did have a very brief rain shower about a half hour ago.
Yeah, that was a surprise. We all broke for lunch and thought everything was good. And next thing you know, I'm running around going, guys, roll your windows up. It's raining.
Yeah. It kind of surprised everybody because it was sort of sunny out.
Yeah.
And it was just a 10-minute light shower. But I don't know how much it affected the racetrack, but I can't imagine it didn't at all. So that's something for everyone to kind of keep an eye out for, I think, is just did the track change from heat 2? Because already it seems like we're right on pace, at least in the Sunday Cup category in those 55 Club SC category. It's going to drive me crazy, that class name change. Because it's like close enough. The thing that's driving me nuts is that the shorthand, the SC, didn't change because it's Club SC. So that's what's throwing me off so much here. But a little bit of a stack up here on the back straightaway, running down to turn 8. As everyone sort of gets lined up. There's Chris Boersma in the Track Mod Honda Civic. This is a car that we've seen in Grid Life for years. But again, sort of out of his group. He'll be much higher up the order later in the season, or later in the weekend, I should say.
Well, and with it being the first of the season, did they make changes since last year? What changes have been made? How does that impact the drivability or style of driving within the car? Little things can make a big difference when you get it out there with cooling temperatures, oil temps. You never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, I think that's the other thing is, you know, with Boersma specifically, a couple of seasons ago, they had attempted to go sort of lower downforce and go the other direction of what you normally would in track mod. We got a yellow flag at turn 1. Not sure what for, but you know, you're going to have a big challenge when you are in a category that allows so much downforce, so then you drop a bunch of downforce out of the car. You know, that's going to create an interesting dynamic when you get back behind the wheel. I don't exactly know what he's done this season, but they realized that method wasn't going to necessarily work very well in the track mod category, so they've elected to go back the other way, it looks like. But we'll see that car pick up a lot of pace here this weekend. Sean Bassett out there in the unlimited class car. We've seen that Datsun around a number of times. And I think that's Radcliffe in that that Corolla, that silver car center screen. And here's a look at one of our Falcon Club TR competitors. This is the number 88 of David Chang. This is a Scion FRS. I'm an owner of one of these cars, Jennifer, and they've got great balance. We see a lot of these in the Falcon Club TR category, but as you'll know, they don't make a ton of power. So a lot of times you'll see engine swaps in this category for that chassis. But if you can match the engine with the chassis dynamics, it is a great, great car for this. I did see the car that was off at turn 1. It looks like it's James Wood. And I don't know that he's moved from where he is on course. That's a Mazda RX-7, the 959. And here's that Mercedes AMG I was talking about, which I thought was interesting that it was in this group, but again, likely the first session for this car.
Well, he definitely has some aero modifications done to that one.
Heng Hu in the Mercedes AMG GT. Did run in Heat 2 at a 147.374, but as you said, first event, everyone's just coming up to speed and just figuring out what they've got.
They did just announce here that we have some more weather moving in about 20 minutes. Winds, rain, lightning, so glad to see this group getting through now, but how's that going to impact the next ones?
Yeah, well, so this is, as far as what's on track today, this is the last heat that they have today. Of course, there'll be more track battle for the rest of the weekend. So the question is with the rain that is potentially incoming, will it basically get us back to a green track and start over again tomorrow? You would think that a rubbered-in racetrack early in the morning when it's cool would be the fastest you could possibly go. But if you wash all the rubber away, is it going to be as fast at 8 in the morning when we kick things off tomorrow? To your point, I think that the weather on the way, that's the one thing that will stop us. Rain wouldn't, but lightning will. So that'll stop us pretty quick in our tracks here. Ooh, a little puff of smoke out of that BMW there.
The rain bringing the temperatures down on track makes the tires need a little more time to come up to temperature and allow them to get the grip that they're really looking for. So it'll be interesting as they make their way through.
There's Myers in the 704, that Honda Civic, currently leading in the Club TR category, at least in this session. There's going to be a handful of other Falcon Club TR cars that are higher up the standings a little bit later in further sessions beyond this one. But, we talked about the rain. We just got another notification on my phone from the track staff that told us that we're anticipating wind and rain in the next 15 minutes, but they expect it to pass quickly. So right in the middle of our track battle session, because we just got started. So now, optimal session for some drivers when it's cool, maybe in an hour, in 15, 20 minutes, the next groups are going to get slower laps. And to qualify to the podium sprint, it's all about your fastest lap of the weekend to qualify you into podium sprint. So the cool weather right before the rain shower hits, I'm in. Not a bad situation.
Not a bad situation. Unless you're the one on track as it's raining.
Right. That's not so fun after that, is it? But cars jumping curbs here. Headed back around. There's the 107. This is it a Nissan S15 that we see on track right now? We don't see a lot of those in the time attack category. Chris Owens piloting that car. See a lot of those in the drift circle, but not so much in the track battle side of things. As far as the Club SC category, look at Lennon Radcliffe now, a 1:55.307. That is the fastest time that we've seen since Heat 2 at the very least. And we're just going to double check the, oh yeah, by far that's the fastest time, by about a half a second in Club SC. So they're definitely up in pace. And this is probably the only category that we have the leaders in right now is Club SC. The rest of the field, I'm not sure that we've seen the pointy ends of them yet, but we'll see them in subsequent sessions. There's that Mercedes AMG. It sounds the part, doesn't it? That's a familiar sound from working in GT racing paddocks. You hear a lot of that 6.2 liter. Well, actually, the GT3 car is a 6.2 liter NA engine. I think this is likely the bi-turbo, slightly smaller displacement. Can't remember off the top of my head what it is, but you mentioned the aero modifications. Pretty sizable rear wing and front splitter on that as well. Ooh, big tank slapper for, I think that is the 269 that we were talking about with Sean Bassett in the unlimited category, but trying to get the power down to the ground and it just kicked out. Turn 14 is pretty tight. So when you're applying power, Jennifer, it's really easy for the car to step out. And there's those big wide rumble strips on the corner exit, but they're so aggressive that if you get your tires up onto those things, you're gonna have trouble getting power to the ground anyway.
Yeah, feedback from some of the drivers I was talking with earlier about some of the rumble strips is hit these, but don't hit those. Some of the curbing is smooth and others is very, very aggressive.
Chris Rice bouncing through turn 3. So that car was set up very, very stiff. Kind of jouncing along turn 3 there. Looks like Hong Hu in the 710. That's that Mercedes AMG, just did a personal best, 144.130. Sean Bassett in this red and black car, 145.749. And of course, the only really notable time of this category is Lennon Radcliffe in that 7th place overall spot, but that is leading in Club SC. AMG's got cool headlights, doesn't it? You can see that thing from a while away. So I'd expect a checker for this group as well fairly shortly if we haven't seen it yet. And then the question becomes, will we even get a green for the next one with the impending dark clouds that are hanging over the backside of the track? We don't stop until we get the lightning, but the rain won't slow us down. And there's wipers wiping, so maybe there's already a little bit of precipitation.
I think the AMGs have the automatic wipers. When they detect the drips on the windshield, they automatically go. Not everybody has that advantage.
No. Hey, that's the first heads up that there's water on track is the car senses it first. I'm really proud of that rain reported graphic. I didn't know we would ever get to use that, but there it is.
There it
on
is.
debut here. And there's the checkered flag here for the first group of 4 for the GridLife Track Battle Championship. So notable changes there in the running order for Club SC in particular, with Lennon Radcliffe at the 155.307. And for everyone else, not necessarily at the pointy end of their respective fields. So in subsequent sessions, we'll likely see some more shifting and shuffling. Kevin View in the 18, though, that's a car, that's an Acura Integra that I would anticipate being highly competitive in the Falcon Club TR category. Didn't get a lot of laps earlier today. Only had run a 2:19.739. I still don't think that lap time is very representative. I'd expect to see him much higher up the order, closer to Evan McLaren's time, which would be a 146.3. So he's still probably 6 or 7 seconds away from VMAX, I think. But we'll see what we've got. So there's the 117 Club SC car, and yeah, we'll see. Warm up or the cool down laps will just take a second here, and Jennifer, then we'll get set up for the next session.
Gray clouds are definitely rolling in.
And already you see the rain coming down here for a couple of the competitors that are on their cool down laps. Now the other question becomes for Track Battle, if you're not going to go fast, why go out at all? There is wet records at stake, but unless you're really into wet records, do you really want to put your car on the line for that? But we'll see what the takers are for this next session. There's Sam Dooling in the Abbott Auto Performance 370.
A lot of them also like to run different tires for dry track versus wet track, and unfortunately they don't have time for a tire change right now. So whatever they're on, they're running, and like you said, it'll be interesting to see who sits out last second as they get called up.
Yeah, again, we don't anticipate this lasting very long, but we'll see how things progress here with the weather rolling in.
On the way, and we are currently in a 30-minute delay due to lightning. We are currently in a 30-minute delay due to lightning. Please seek shelter in your vehicle or the nearest building.
And we've got a lightning delay, unfortunately. We told you that there was potentially weather on the way. It is arriving. So GridLife South Carolina, we're going to be under at least a 30-minute delay for weather oncoming. And as soon as we're back and able to get cars back on track, we'll be back with you here from GridLife South Carolina.
Family owns a scrap business, and I've been operating skid steers and other machinery just since I was like 4 years old. So I guess that's how I've always been. Like, I just like to operate and drive stuff to their limit. It's always been in me. Luke's cool as a cucumber on track and in the paddock. Right, Luke? I mean, me and Luke are technically teammates. We're in the same garage. We talk to each other all the time, at the track, at home. I live like 4 hours from him, but we'll talk on the phone all the time. He's definitely slightly faster than me. Practice, I was like fighting my mindset. I knew what times I should be running close to, and I was like, I am way off. Like, I don't really know if the car's making as much power as it should be or if it's making too much. But I was like, I'll get those sorted out by qualifying. I'll go over some data with Luke. Then the car broke. Okay, got a problem here. Road America, cool down lap, car shuts down, doesn't really have any faults, oil pressure looks fine. And then back in the garage, again, nothing really looks wrong with the car. And you crank it, it pukes oil out of the catch can. The fuel pressure's fine. The spark, we checked one spark plug was okay. So why would that happen exactly? Eric Magnuson, he has an LS in his car. Luke, Adam Ulrich, like all of them have LSs with dry sump systems. It's like, oh, have you ever seen this? Like, is this something you've ever dealt with? Okay, let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. Let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. No, I know, but can you see a rocker arm to see if like a timing chain broke or something? Does that all look like it's still plugged in? The stress was definitely building a lot because at that point I still felt like I could make qualifying and I still felt like my race weekend was salvageable. I just like didn't want to believe it was like a mechanical problem that was going to stop my weekend. Okay, all right, we're going to try to pull the crank sensor out. I think my crank sensor failed. I'm going to fix this and I'm racing this weekend. Like that was determined. Get nervous, like, oh, like, is this going to be it? Should I go put my race suit on while Joey buttons this up and like maybe I can like go make it out right as they're rolling. All right, go ahead, crank it. Where's Luke? What the heck is going on? No, it's still not fixed.
we've got cars on course right now for GridLife Touring Cup qualifying. Missing from the top 20 is the runner-up in the championship right now. That's Matan Rosenberg. And I don't see him.
I don't know if I saw him. I don't think
anywhere.
I've seen him come across us either.
And as far as I knew, everything was running well for him.
Yeah.
But he does not appear to have made a lap so far.
Let's yank all the spark plugs. Sometimes when you get in that mindset of, I'm gonna get this fixed, then you like overlook or like force yourself not to look at obvious things like,
Holy shit.
number 7 spark plug is crushed.
Oh, that's a problem. Valve or piston or both.
The saddest part about it all is we spent 3 hours diagnosing it, 4 hours, because we didn't pull that plug because it was super far back. So I don't know. I mean, we're gonna take it apart. I mean, like part of me is like, I don't know, just leave it and fix it next year, you know? It is what it is. Like being upset about it doesn't help. So like you're like fighting, am I gonna go like mope around the track or like, you know, pack up all my stuff and just go home and be upset about it? You can't let yourself go down that road.
Welcome to Road America. Kyle Heyer joined by Owen Horst and by Matan Rosenberg. And Matan, welcome. So I assume you're done for the weekend. Is that sort of the scenario, or you're looking to try to fix how?
No, my engine's done for the weekend, unfortunately. But I already drove out here, and I already have camp set up. So I'm going to enjoy the GridLife Festival.
Awesome. One of the most scenic tracks in North America. Probably one of the most scenic tracks in the world. GridLife Touring Cup, race number 1 from Road America. Green flag, and we're racing at the National Park of Speed, and a good launch by the 330 and the 41. Gary Wimble pops out looking 3 wide, and it's a dead heat. Lichty versus McGrew towards turn 1. Big pack of cars. They're 3 wide to the first corner here. Matan, tight quarters on this opening lap.
Lots of 3 wide action there going on. Looks like everybody made it through clean so far. Looks good. It was difficult watching there. Like you kind of have to think to yourself, like, man, like, could I have been challenging that guy right now? You know, like, could I have been fighting for that spot?
Defense from the 7 down towards turn 5.
Same with Aaron.
I think Luke was side by side with Eric Magnuson. Looks like they
Wow, Dana's keep holding it together. Can he hold around the outside of turn 7 here?
Big wiggle, he's off, and Wimble spins. Right center track, and that's a bad place to be. Contact and crash at turn 6. And Erica Till's nose
collected from there a little bit too.
all punched in.
Yeah.
And that is going to be very, very frustrating. We saw Austin Hurdle in there. We saw Tyler Pappas in the midst of all that. Yeah, full course yellow in this one. Let's have a look at the replay of this incident.
Not everybody's dealt with crash damage, but almost all of us have assembled our cars. They spent all the money and time to get here. They put in all the hours and hours and hours in their garage, at their shop, and it's like gone, right? And so like you feel for them a lot. You really hate to see it, you know, you're watching from this perspective, and especially for me, you know, these are my friends who I race with all the time. But hopefully everybody can learn from the situation and come away and talk about it.
Well, it's not under the conditions we wanted, but checkered flag for the end of day 1 and for GridLife Touring Cup. Race 1, Luke McGrew is going to add to the win total that he has gotten this season. It'll be his 7th win of 2024.
Like, I think I can get back out there. I mean, I don't know what I'll do with the bumper.
Leave it, tape it up. That was terrible to watch. It really was.
I thought I could fucking save it too. Like, I'm sorry to be part of the cause of this chain reaction. I saw that.
I think the mindset you need to have is just be as clean as you can on track at all times, but still you have to know in the back of your head, you know, anything can happen to anybody, you know, at any time. You know, I mean, you can get just caught up in something, and that's just kind of what happened this weekend.
Shit has hit the figurative fan, and there's a lot of guys here that love to jump in and solve problems. And so when that happens, you just try to build up a little enthusiasm, empathize with the person who's struggling, and help them out. This series, more than any other, seems to bring the best out of people. It's like an insurance policy, right? Like, knowing that the collective will come to support you when you have an individual, you know, bad day or bad experience. So I want to pitch in with the guys, and you know, part of that's because I enjoy the challenge, and another part of it is because I know they do the same for me.
I think we all know what we want, and I think yesterday was not what we want. I want 3 absolutely perfect races, and I know we can do it because we have done it many, many times. This place is very dangerous. I don't want to pull anybody out of a wall. I don't want anybody to have to fix their shit tonight, or tomorrow, or next week, before the next race. I don't want anybody to quit after the race. I don't want anybody to go to the hospital. It's all very, very real. This place is very dangerous.
Yesterday, we didn't get the race that we were hoping for, Matan. An early accident at turn 7 after a spin. Unfortunately, Austin Hurdle's weekend looks to be over and done with. The car should be repairable. Eric Catil, though, he got his car repaired, and I saw that car out here this morning. He looks good to go.
Yeah, it looked like a bunch of guys got together and helped Eric get that thing knocked back into shape a little bit, good enough to race today. So I think as long as we can get some green racing, I think it's going to be a great race here.
We'll try this again. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup at Road America. Flag flies. Magnuson gets a great launch in the 330. They're side by side down towards turn 1.
Look at that. Is that James Howden helping Eric Magnuson push by Luke?
For the first corner.
Eric Magnuson pulled a little bit ahead of Luke McGrew there. Luke's car is going to be real strong on this middle straight, so it'll be interesting to see how he closes the gap here. You know, you, in your own car, you only have control of what you are doing. You make the decision of how much room you leave and how close to the limit you're going to push it. And it is only amplified and more obvious when you're in a car racing, doing 100 through the kink next to somebody, right? Everybody has to be precise, everybody has to be on their game, everybody has to be in the right mindset of, you know, I'm not going to make a move when it really isn't there.
Now coming up through Billy Mitchell Bend, turn 13, Magnuson with the 7 trailing hot on his heels. Luke has already driven right by him on the outside. Luke McGrew takes the lead away towards turn 1. Can anybody defeat Luke McGrew? The strength of that car has been in a straight line. Here comes Lichty, deep on the brakes into 5 on the outside of Eric Magnuson.
You know, if Lichty keeps pressuring Eric like this and keeps battling, it might just allow Luke to run away with this. Looks like the pace car is coming out here, Kyle.
And looks like we do have a safety car, and it will slow the field down here as they work their way by the main flag stand. And this time, so that is Jake Jornstad's car. Is that Jake?
It looks like there might be a fire inside.
Yeah, there is a fire in the car. You see Jake getting out of the way, getting out of the car and to safety as quickly as he can. You see red flag now.
Red flag, red flag.
A fire is, that's like probably one of the scarier things to see in a race car. You get burned pretty quick.
Road America safety team immediately on scene, and they're going to go to work. And this is one of the most professional crews in all of motorsports, Matan.
Absolutely, Kyle. And I mean, that's something where, again, you can only control what you do. That was something completely out of anybody's control.
After another shortened race here for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup because of a fire on course, drivers okay, and we just got to get some green flag laps, Matan. We got to get the momentum rolling. It was going so well the first handful of laps.
Yeah, we had some good battles forming there, and just never got to really see them work their way out. So I hope for race 3 and 4 we get some more green laps here.
Coming into the weekend, most of the time I try to focus on building on the previous week, and that gets real difficult because you can have one setback, one little thing can ruin a session for you, and then you feel like you've gone 2 steps back. So it gets hard to keep building and building and building on top of what you feel like you've learned, and sometimes that fight can leave you if you have multiple incidents in a weekend. 2 sessions go bad, 3 sessions go bad. but then the power of like one good session, one good race with a new friend on track can bring you right back in, and then all that washes away.
It's like a team effort to actually make it through the race cleanly. Like, we need to work together, and you're syncing up 58 people on a racetrack who don't have any communication with each other than like car language or body language, you know.
So far this weekend, trouble in race 1 and a red flag in race 2, but it's time to go racing in race 3. Here we go. GLTC 3 wide as Aaron Lichty finds the hole next to Eric Meadows, and they storm down towards turn 1 0. Tight. 3 wide with Tony Marchev, Emil Tab down towards turn 3. Pretty orderly, all things considered.
Yeah. Looks like Aaron Lichty was able to take advantage of that braking zone in turn 1 and pull away with a little bit of an early lead here.
Now he's got to be on defense.
My mindset, I feel like the harder I try, the harder it gets. So I try to relax, and I try to let things come to me naturally. Don't force anything. The second I start forcing things or trying to make things happen, it's desperate. I always keep the word desperate in the back of my mind. Don't be desperate, Aaron. Don't hope, right? Just drive what you know. Take what comes to you. Just always keep in the back of my mind that I want to load a shiny car on the trailer at the end of the day, and I want to have as many friends or maybe a few more than I showed up to the weekend with. That's my mindset.
Lichty leads.
Powers up.
Oh yeah, but not for long. Here comes the 7. And Lichty's going to tuck back in line and try to get some slipstream here. The strength of that 7 car has long been the runs down the straightaway. Ryan Power on the brakes, really late on the brakes in that 245 there, Matan, but he got it done.
Nice polite pass there, left room in the braking zone. It was good actually to watch a full race. As an announcing point of view, I was like, oh, I actually have to talk for a way longer time, right? We're gonna go side by side through the carousel. This is gonna be a tough one. You're basically going to be compromising both their lines and exits there onto the back straight, Kyle.
Up the front straightaway, checkered flag is in the air, and Luke McGrew's powerhouse of a Corvette will win again at Road America. Race 3 is McGrew, then it's Lichty, Meadows, Magnuson, and Power, the rest of your top 5. And there we go, we got one all the way through with a little bit of a delayed start, Matan.
If I had to guess right about now, Luke's probably lighting up a cigarette.
So the ratio of working on the car to getting to drive the car.
You decide your own level of involvement?
Gosh, what is the ratio? It depends on how reliable of a car you build. What do we get in a week? An hour and a half of track time? So it's somewhere between 10 and 30 to 1. So why'd you ask me that? I'm like, damn, this is a bad investment.
Like, when you look at it, it doesn't really make any sense. Like, this event, I'll be driving close to 16 hours both ways, and I'll be on track for, what is it, like an hour and a half or something like that?
Driving the car is worth way more than the hours spent in the garage working on the car. No matter if you're one of the guys that's just changing oil between events, or you're trying to get every last little bit, corner balance and alignments, dyno, all that stuff. I mean, it's worth it in the end. Come out and you know, those clean races, those ones you come back from and you're just hanging with your buddies. That's worth a lot.
I try to act like the car is the person, so it's not that I'm racing at S2000, you know, I'm racing Lena. You know, I'm not racing a Corvette, I'm racing Luke.
And here comes Houghton, 3 wide up to turn 6. This is going to be a squeeze. Walbaum has to back out. Magnuson takes advantage, going into 6, and they're side by side for what's 3rd place now.
Yeah, I think that really just shows the level and skill and also care that our drivers really understand when they're driving out there on the track. They just actually love to be here, and they're not just out there to glory hunt. You know, they want to just love driving, and that's what they're doing.
Full green race is perfection, pretty much. From all 58 drivers, for 58 people to be all aligned in the same thinking, it's pretty special.
Scott Heckert picks up his first GRIDLIFE Touring Cup win, and it is a Corvette Sweet Baton here at Road America.
Great job, guys. You got it all.
Good. It sucks that I can watch you race this weekend, but
Yeah, seriously.
next best thing is having people in the booth with me. So
Watching a GLTC race is pretty special and pretty amazing, especially when you compete with those people. It was pretty difficult to come back in. Like, yes, obviously I'm a driver, I know all these guys, but it's much different when you get out of the car, you have that adrenaline, you kind of have like the same vibe as everybody else, and you were racing them, and like everybody wants to talk to who they were just next to, and like, oh my God, like, can you believe we made that work or whatever? And you know, you're like, oh, it looked really cool from the live stream, but like, I don't know, it makes you think a little bit about these weekends. Just how it's interesting, like how driving together like that at a high competition brings these people together so tightly. It's like, man, like we have to spend all that money for that conversation. And then like spraying the champagne if you get on the podium is probably like the most fun.
Mr. Luke McGrew. Best family we ever could ask. We never ever imagined this series being this way. And we thank you all so much for being Grid Life. You guys are Grid Life. We're just here to help. Have the best night.
For the past 4 years, like this is what I do, which is like close to a quarter of my life. There's times where you're like just really drained and you're like, yeah, I kind of wish I could quit, but you have all these people who support you. Like you can't let all these other people down. I've put in the effort to get here, and I have the capability, I think, to do well and potentially, you know, win or do well in a season championship. And so it's like, well, I kind of want to prove it to myself I can do it too.
Yeah, I'd say that has a little water in it.
You're barely live.
You have to be in a rhythm. Really, you have to try to breathe a few times on the front straight, because if you're in a battle, you might be holding your breath 3/4 of that lap, not realizing it.
Welcome to Lime Rock Park. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Kramer. It's like flying fighter jets in a cereal bowl around here.
It really is magic here. Some of the best door-to-door racing on the planet, in my opinion, with the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
I've been in a lot of series where I've been podium, no problem. The field is much more stacked in GRIDLIFE than pretty much anywhere else I've raced. This this is where I want to be. This is where some of the best racers are.
A lot of drivers who come from other categories where they're absolute front runners have shown up here and said, wow, is this field tough?
I mean, that's why I moved to GRIDLIFE. I was winning a lot in Florida, club racing, NASA, and I wanted more competition. I wanted to become faster. Top 10 is generally always my goal. It's definitely something I've been hoping to get to, because up to this point, I haven't really been there. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing.
And the other driver we just have to talk about is Lena Chin. She came in here, qualified 10th, drove her way up to 6th on the track, and is showing some real speed.
Every time I get out on the track, I feel like I can improve a little bit more, and just working toward that goal, climbing the mountain. Nick Barbado was in front of me, E36 BMW, multi-time national NASA champion. He was the guy I wanted to pass.
Look at Lena, woo, side by side there.
Granted, this is his home track, so it was a little more difficult to get around him. You're really heads up, being cognizant of who's behind you, who's beside you, who's in front of you. This just intense concentration of a high-speed game of chess. I love it. It's pretty much my favorite thing. It's the only place I can kind of get it in my life. I'm always checking to see who's coming from behind. If I have a bigger gap from behind, I know I can take a little more battle to the person in front of me. You kind of just stay behind them until they make a mistake. You put the pressure on them. Now, I don't want them to make a mistake, but I want them to know, hey, I'm right here, and if you do make a mistake, I'm probably going to take advantage.
Big cloud of dust out of turn 7, but you're right about Lena closing in on Barbado there. This is a fantastic run for her. Last year was up in the front in the B races, but to race at the front of GLTC, it is so hard, Greg, and this is going to be a huge boost to confidence for her.
And look at this, the pace that Lena was attacking so hard at Barbado, he went, I got to get by Zoo here and give me some breathing room here.
White flag, last lap around Lime Rock Park in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 1.
I had one more dive in on Kevin Zhu. Yeah, coming out of Big Bend into the left-hander. I had actually gotten up on his rear quarter panel before he kind of came over, and I was like, oh, not, you know, probably could have forced the subject a little more. You have to make the best decision you can at the time. I didn't feel like I had enough overlap on him, and I didn't want to pit maneuver one of my friends, one of my competitors. We all want to have a good, clean race. That's really important in GLTC.
Checkered flag, James Houghton for the first time since Midwest Festival in June, wins at Lime Rock Park.
Lena, 6th place, is that her best finish, I think?
That is her best finish. It was previously 10th, it is now 6th place.
To do better than you've ever done, this pure excitement and just joy that you've worked so hard for this.
If we had like 2 more laps, you probably would have gotten me. I was fading.
And it's been great to see a lot of my competitors have risen with me, as we've now been able to have more and more great battles further up the field as we're progressing.
Watching the B races from last year going, oh shit, she can get this done. And then you came out and just laid that down in the race.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Trying to do something.
Yeah. Well, you're doing well. That was so cool.
This is the special flag. This is not a yellow flag, even though it is the color yellow. This is for bears. I don't want you to put the car where it might not work. I want you to put it where you know it will work. If you go 2, 3 wide into a turn, I want you to hold your relative position towards the inside or outside of that racetrack. You do not get to...
I think there is a high level of respect needed to race this hard, this close. It does happen. We've all had incidents. We're all trying to improve. It's important to race your friends hard, but we don't want to put anyone, including ourselves, in danger while trying to do it right.
Hi everybody and good morning. A beautiful Saturday, August 17th, as we get ready to go racing for the second time this weekend for the A group. James Houghton, Matan Rosenberg start in the front row. It's Marchev and Lena Chin in row 2.
This is I think a career weekend for Lena with the way she's going. Best finish, best qualifying, and now highest start. She starts 4th.
Having only 2 cars in front of me was an amazing feeling. I had no idea how I would be able to hold on to 4th. Just trusting that they will give you the same level of respect back that you want to put out there. I wanted to prove to them that I did belong at the front of the field.
Your 27-car field for GLTC Race 2A. Pace car, the Nissan GTR, is going to peel off and head down the pit lane. Green flag flies and we're racing again at LRP.
5 abreast heading in to Big Bend, and from the outside, beautiful move, Matan Rosenberg in that big Corvette.
Look at Lena Chin up to 3rd place. She took an opportunity from the outside of row 2.
It's intense. A lot to think about while you're racing, trying to do, really perfect the laps, but I kind of love it. In certain parts of the track, when you get a second, I might look in the rearview mirror to see if Tony had gained or fallen back from me, to see where I might be stronger or where he might be stronger.
And Houghton just setting fast lap. Lena Chin, though, right on his 6th, and bringing Marchev right along with her here.
Tony had a couple good runs on me on the downhill. So as soon as we got on the straight, I took a defensive position on the inside of 1. If he wanted to get me, he would have to do the move that I do, which is take him on the outside.
Marchev taking a look here. Lena Chin right down the middle of the track saying, if you're going to do it, go around the outside. And Marchev just could not quite make that work.
Because it was super intense, having to defend almost every lap.
Lena Chin is just having a career day here.
Tony Marchev wants something to say about that, but then overshoots into Big Bend just a little bit and loses about 4 car lengths.
It's this super fine line of being at the edge of grip and actually sliding. So slip angle is fastest. When the car is absolutely neutral through the corner, you almost free your hands a little bit in the turn versus having to do a correction. Once you start doing a correction, you're slower. It's almost like a ballet where you're just like right there. You have to be very smooth, but very, specific about the moves that you're doing in the car.
Here's the thing, comfort builds confidence, and confidence builds speed. When you're confident, you're going to go fast. So right now, Lena is sticking right with 2 of the top points people and 2 of the fastest drivers in this series. Talk about, as we said, a career event.
I saw the white and I was like, oh, thank goodness. I had enough gap to Tony, so I wasn't going to push too hard on the last lap because I didn't want to make a mistake.
Here they come.
Checkered flag. Matan Rosenberg wins at Lime Rock Park.
I banged on my steering wheel. I was like, yeah. It felt really special because it's like, I was there.
For Lena Chin, her first podium ever in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
Man, is she showing everybody that she is for real in GLTC at the sharp end.
Awesome.
Oh, it was so much fun.
That was like a good drive. You look like
I've been wanting to be there a long time, since my first race in 2022. So.
And I was like, oh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm gonna try. And I was like, oh no, not gonna work out. Not gonna work out. So, but it was a really nice job. What you did with defense. So.
I had the goal before this weekend, top 10. If I'm top 10, I'll be happy. I want to be here all the time.
Right? It feels great. It feels good. Feels great. Feels great.
And to note, for those that aren't familiar, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup is balanced with power, weight, and tire, and everyone is supposed to be at their power to weight.
Going to the dyno for impound was a new thing for me. So every race they bring out the scales, and depending on that weight determines how much horsepower you're allowed to have for the race.
We have a dynamometer down in the paddock that after the race, a couple of select cars, usually the podium, and then a couple other random cars are gone up and they're measured to see how much power they're making. If your engine makes too much horsepower, that car is going to get penalized.
Dynamometer is a device used to measure the amount of horsepower in a car. It uses some math, a very large metal drum. You put the drive wheels on the drum, and as it spins, it calculates the amount of horsepower your car makes. And went in a little nervous, but last time I dynoed it, which was earlier this year, nothing in the car has really changed, that I'd be okay. And yeah, I kind of blew the dyno. A little upsetting. It wasn't by much. 2 of the runs were 3 horsepower over, and then 1 was 6 horsepower over. 6 horsepower is enough to DQ you. I don't think 6 horsepower is enough to really feel. Worked with dynos for years. I was a dyno operator for years. It can change from day to day. After that race, I talked to Andy and we decided to pull out some more power from the car just to make sure that I'm legal. I don't ever want to be illegal. I didn't think I was, so it's just sometimes the dyno gets you.
We'll see if it does better.
Predictability, okay? If you both are okay with racing that way, that's fine, but be sure that the drivers around you know what's coming, okay? Anything else? Race 3 is coming up. We know the statistics on race 3. Don't be a number on a spreadsheet. We know how GRIDLIFE spreadsheets works, okay? All right, let's keep it up this weekend. So far, this is our best festival weekend for incidents. Knock on every piece of wood. It's up to you, fuckers. All right. Thank you.
To the battery GOTC drivers and cars for race 3, Group B, Bravo. Report to the pulse grid. GOTC drivers and cars for the pulse grid for Group B, Bravo.
With our 60 field entrants this weekend, each of these 4 races is split into 2 components, a B race and an A race, with the B race being the slower 30 of the 60 and the A race being the faster group. And interestingly, you'll note the bright blue Honda S2000 leading us to the green flag. Greg, she was on podium in race 2A, but dyno.
Just a tick over, and it really wasn't enough to offer a huge performance advantage in any way, but rules are rules. And Lena understands that. You know, she was surprised to be over it. Well, again, just very little. So she'll just put her head down, race hard there in that bright blue S2000.
So I got relegated to B race, but I was starting first in B race. It's not a lesser skill, it's not a lesser driver, it's just more on lap time. I was just gonna run my race.
Here we go. Cars are coming down, Chin on the pole.
Green flag, and we're underway at Lime Rock Park. Kevin Zhu has a look at the inside of Kevin Bandy. Brian Leonard, big dodge and weave to try to miss Zach Lavoie.
All of that jockeying, look what Lena Chin has been able to do. She's taken advantage and opened up a big margin already. Lena has just dropped everybody at this stage. And you can see catching almost a little air up and over that uphill turn.
Thankfully, there were some battles happening behind me and checked out from the field a little bit. The course is very fast. It's less than a minute lap time. With it being so quick, it's easier for me to get into the flow of the track. You just kind of get into this mental headspace. Yeah, front stretch, you're on driver's left. Brake at the 2. Start turning in toward the middle of track to try to hit the first apex into Big Bend. Not too heavy on the brakes, but not too light either. Let the car drift out about a car length and a half for the left-hander. Brake until you can see the exit. Bring it onto the curb. Turn it back the other way for the next corner. Don't go over the curb because it is rough. Carry your speed out down the no-name straight. Get ready for the uphill. Expect a little bit of understeer. Let the uphill grab you. Over the hill. Enjoy the ride. Go down to West Bend. Hit the apex. Go down the hill. Breathe off the gas. Once you feel the compression, back on the gas. And then you're back on the front straight. Should only take 58 and some change seconds. I noticed my body's a lot more sore at this race than most races. Just the constant G-forces. You know, your body doesn't have a chance to kind of relax and chill. Like the amount of times we're under a G and a half, you know, maybe up to 1.75 Gs of cornering force is substantial here.
Well, Lena Chin, after getting bumped to the B group after failing post-race tech last time out, she is going to go back to victory lane. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 3B. Lena Chin wins it here at Lime Rock Park.
Well, how was your little single session out there by yourself?
It was a great laughing session. I really enjoyed it.
My wife's rooting for you on the live stream.
Oh, tell her thank you. It was nice to win race 3, but I love coming back to the paddock and just congratulating and hugging a competitor because we had such a good race, and that's really the fun part. It's more than the win. Yeah, it's about the good battles. It's about the good memories and pushing yourself to be better. Race 4 starting in the back of 8. I came from the mid-pack, so I'm no stranger to it. Just got to move up again. Sometimes you feel like a hero for a bit, and then all of a sudden people start getting faster and faster, and you're like, oh, it's not there anymore. And then that's when you get into a few more battles. And I've done these back races, you know, starting from the back. They're fun. They're a good time. It's party time.
One last race for GLTC at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends.
This weekend, you know, called Circuit Legends, and it's about as apropos as it gets because Sam Posey, a legend here, Paul Newman, a legend here, Skip Barber, and then, of course, the new legends that are getting formed in GRIDLIFE. And here comes Lena Chin, and it's working through on Robertson. And the one thing to watch here is Lena Chin, folks. She is an absolute master of the outside pass.
I've been called the queen of outside passing, which is kind of funny. There's really only one passing zone at this track. Turn 1 is Big Bend. My car has a ton of grip here, and yeah, I can just hold my line really well on the outside for turn 1, and then by turn 2, I now have the inside, and I was able to kind of hold it out there and make up a few positions.
It's hard here at a track like Lime Rock to make progress when you get buried for a start.
You know, that's part of the game here, is if you're under attack, put your car where you think you would want to make the pass.
Seeing where I'm faster than others, where others are faster than me, and just making moves. This track is just all about the flow. It has this sense of danger because of how close some of the guardrails are. The quick elevation changes of Lime Rock are really exciting. It's like a roller coaster you don't want to get off of. I think Greg said it best, is once you start getting up there, 1, you hope that you continue to stay up there, but 2, I think that confidence you get kind of sticks with you.
We have a new fast lap set in the race. Lena Chin.
Really?
Just put the fast lap up on the board, a 59.12. Fast lap in this group, that says something.
I finished 16th, got the Hard Charger Award and the fastest lap of the race. I think it's cool that I know it's possible. The art of possible is nice. You know, I started questioning how good I was. I know that I can still be up there, fully legal, and take the battle to them. Some people get frustrated, they're like, oh, I should be up there, but I'm like, listen, like, the weekend happens, right? Like, I want to go out and have a good time. I want to play with my friends. You know, it's not the only time I'm going to be up there, and it wasn't a fluke.
No, it sure as hell was.
No, it's coming up. Just
seriously,
seeing you.
Great racing, good
Thank
weekend.
you. I love this track. I love this race. I want to get a podium in a race. That's next step. I did my top 5 win. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing. Just keep on improving, you know.
These are my race treads for going the distance.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
I'm Cody Smith, and this is my 85 Oldsmobile Cutlass that I've built for time attack and just largely playing around. I do a lot more than just time attack with it. I also do autocross, and at the end of this month I got a hill climb coming up that I've been doing the last couple of years too. So really it's just about being an all-arounder for me and really having fun with. Last weekend I was at an event where we actually got scored on autocross, drag race passes, and a standing start on the road course. I like to do a little of everything with it. To my first track day with this thing on completely stock suspension. I had a very mild build on the engine just to keep it from blowing up and making sure that it wasn't going to starve oil in the first corner. And from there it kind of evolved into every single event I was changing things like what is the worst thing right now. So like early on it was that it body rolled a lot, so I ended up with sway bars and then springs, and then I was doing ball joints to fix the camber curve, and it just kind of snowballed where I think I was 3.5 years into doing this stuff before I went to 2 events with the same setup. So it's really been an evolution of me learning, you know, the driving aspect as well as the building the car aspect together along the way. And I mean, I'm 6 years into it now, and I'm really kind of at the point where it's heavy. I need to figure out either how to make it quite a bit lighter, or I have another chassis just like this at home that I want to start with, like from scratch, trying to make it as light as possible. The engine is a 350 Oldsmobile diesel block. But all the bullhole lamps, you can put all the gas stuff on it. So what I did was I bored it out, so it's 384 cubic inch, ported aluminum heads, big intake, full dry sump system. I ended up doing that because turn 2 at Brainerd, I was watching my oil pressure gauge go from 40 down to 20 and then come back up to 40 exiting the corner when I was on the old engine. And then now with the new engine, I'm making another 100 horsepower more, makes around 520 on the engine dyno and around 460 foot-pounds. It might be a little bit more now because I had some teething pains last year where I ended up having to take it back apart because I broke the head off of the intake valve that bounced twice and got stuck in the intake manifold. So instead of kablooing the whole engine all over turn 14 at Road America, I got extremely lucky where I actually drove it all the way back to my pit spot and loaded it in the trailer, unloaded it at home, put it in the garage, and then found out I had no compression in cylinder 7. So now it's got bigger valves, a little bit better valve job on it. You know, I'm going through a couple other things, like now I have a functional cowell induction set up on it. I just built that recently. Added a few more vents to the hood, not necessarily because I need the cooling, but to try to get more front end downforce. Because when I put the cowell hood on a few years ago, I noticed a loss of front end downforce because it was pushing air underneath the hood from the windshield. The suspension is basically every place where something bolts on's been modified now, except for the lowers in the rear on the chassis side. I built a custom 3-link Watts link for the rear end. A couple years ago, I got to the point where I don't think I can do anything more with the factory 4-link, especially in the mounting points that were near there. I was still moving things around on the axle side, but I got to the point where I needed something different that was more tunable. Ended up chopping off quite a bit of the front, doing some tube frame stuff, took around 150 pounds off the nose of the car, and then made my own upper control arm mount points so that I could do caster and camber independently. And that was a big help because after I did that, I was able to get a good camber curve in there the way I actually wanted. And I basically doubled my tire life. But then after I did the 3-link in the back, then the front needed more grip. So then I, changed spindles and some other things and was playing with the lower control arms to get the roll centers. And like I said, this thing's been an ongoing process of learning all of this stuff because 6 years ago when I started, I didn't know about any of this suspension. How I got into grid life. In 2016, I had a buddy who had other buddies that were gonna go, and then work ended up coming up for him, so I just bought his ticket and be like, yeah, whatever. I'll just take a week off of work and go to Michigan and, see what the heck it's all about. And like, from that first time at GridLife Midwest Fest, it was like, nah, I'm doing this every year. I'm gonna come to this. I want to get on track and do this. Kept telling myself that, and at that point, I'd been wanting to do the road course thing for almost 10 years at that point, and I ended up having a house fire and basically losing everything. And at that point, it was really kind of a hard reset in my mind. Be like, all right, you can lose everything tomorrow. Well, obviously, it just happened. So it's like, am I gonna keep telling myself I wanna go do road course things with GridLife and other people and organizations and all that stuff? Or I'm just gonna keep telling myself that? And that was really the point where, it took buying this car because I had lost one that I was building in that fire to go do these things. And I went and bought this one almost immediately after, like within a month of losing the other car. I street drove it for a whole summer, and that fall it was like, all right, decision time. And that was when I was like, nope, I'm gonna go do things. So that's when I built first engine, just making sure it had good baffles and made sure the oiling system wasn't gonna fail on me right off the bat. By the next spring, I'm like, yep, okay, I'm doing this. Like, I signed up for some GridLife stuff. I signed up for an autocross school. I signed up for other events. Like, let's go. And I think I did 11 events that first year, 13 the next year, 14 or 15, pretty much every year since. Like, it's kind of snowballed and gotten kind of crazy. I just have so much fun doing this stuff.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
have to be in a rhythm. Really, you have to try to breathe a few times on the front straight, because if you're in a battle, you might be holding your breath 3/4 of that lap, not realizing it.
Welcome to Lime Rock Park. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Kramer. It's like flying fighter jets.
And GridLife South Carolina has thrown everything at us so far here this weekend. A little bit of a lightning delay. I call it a little bit of one. It was sort of a large one, in fact, but it's clearing up enough to send cars back out on the racetrack. Kyle Heyer joined by Jennifer Black for the continuation of our third heat of the GridLife Track Battle Championship here this weekend at our first event of 9 in 2025. Jennifer, welcome back. I put a hoodie on, you put a jacket on. The weather's changed a lot in the last hour, and it's not great out here. It's a little drizzly and cold, so the conditions are changing mid-session, and it's going to make this track battle session pretty interesting to watch, I think.
Absolutely. I didn't pull up what the temperature was before the lightning delay, but it's dropped quite a bit since then. Went from a tank top to long sleeves to jackets, and who knows what's next.
Yeah, so there are cars rolling out on the racetrack here in just a moment's time to continue. This is going to be the next group. So we had Group D up prior. We move into our Group C category here, and then they'll be on track, but I don't anticipate very quick lap times here. There was enough wet weather that I don't think the track is really considered wet, but it's definitely not going to be as grippy as it was. It's sort of this in-between area. And when we talk about wet records here in GridLife, the track has to be wet, like visibly wet with puddles and visible dampness. It's just kind of not great right now as far as conditions are concerned. So we'll keep an eye on any storylines, and we'll try to see who's out there, at least giving this an effort. I think this is a great opportunity to test and tune a little bit if you're struggling with balance when the grip level's a little lower. This is a perfect time to go out on track and see, what adjustments can I make to the chassis, because you're not going to necessarily have all the grip in the world, but maybe you can dial in the anti-roll bar or work on the aero a little bit and be ready for tomorrow, which we anticipate better weather, and that's going to be setting yourself up for the podium sprint on Sunday.
Absolutely. Tire pressure changes might have occurred, but I didn't see anybody changing their tires during the lightning delay. So everybody's running what they originally had slotted, and hopefully we have a clean run here.
Yeah, that's the big challenge as well. It's also really windy out here as well. Some of the lighter cars that have a bit more surface area as well might feel this. The Club SC cars were just out on track. Now, those cars are now off track. They were all Group D entries, and now we've got just Group C on course. Group B has already been called to grid. So as far as that's concerned, here's a look at your field as they head back out on the racetrack. And a little bit of rooster tails coming up from some of these cars here, that little plume of water.
Yeah,
But
the blue C8 Corvette number 888, Matt Bowers. I was talking with him earlier. He's running Toyo tires and was having grip issues. A lot of slipping, and that was when the track wasn't quite these same conditions.
I might take back what I said. It looks wet, doesn't it? There's a lot of water coming up off of the treads of the tires and out underneath the cars. So I'm not sure that this is wet record mode just yet, but there's certainly wipers on. It is certainly slippery. So we talk about grip issues. There's going to be grip issues for everybody here. Maybe the all-wheel drive and the Subaru will help.
Maybe.
I'd anticipate. But everyone's pretty tight together as well. They were released behind the Time Attack pace car, and we haven't really found a lot of room to run yet. So it's going to be tentative moments here on this opening lap while drivers are just getting warmed up. But there you see how wet it is on the run down to turn 8. Fast corner. You see there's not a ton of elevation here at Carolina Motorsports Park, but the run into turn 8, there's a little bit of a compression where you start heading back uphill. And this corner has some camber to it, but I'd anticipate being real fast. It'd be very tricky.
Here comes some wind. I see some fences getting
yeah,
impacted over here.
I was wondering what that was all. That is a concern. We'll see if that, I imagine that will be a challenge. But also the rubbered in line, how much has that been affected? The temperature drop also. I mean, generally cool track is good. Cold track, maybe not so much. There's sort of a diminishing returns of the track being cool and the tires being warm. That is best for balance. But still very group tight together. Have a look at that car, the 244. That is a Ferrari. Now, I feel like we might, I don't know if this is the same car that we saw in at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in the fall, and I don't have it on my provisional entry list, but that is a very unique looking car. Didn't catch the number on it just yet either. So time attack in the rain. Let's talk about the goals as a driver. Because right now it doesn't look like going fast is really all that possible. There's Matt Bowers in that Corvette that you mentioned. Sort of offline, they're taking the rain line. But you're not going to break track records. You're not necessarily going to qualify yourself into the podium sprint. So what are you learning right now?
Goal is not to ball up your car on the track. You're learning more about how that line changes, honestly. Wet track versus dry track means the line is different. Are you hitting those rumble strips? Are you not? Are you braking at a different point? Are you applying more throttle or less because it's wet?
Some information on that Ferrari that we mentioned. We did see this car back at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in the fall. It's actually Mike from StanceWorks. It actually is a K-swapped Ferrari, which, I mean, if you're going to K-swap the world, you might as well start with the Prancing Horse, I suppose. Same car as we saw in the fall, but a different livery applied to it now. Looks mighty fine, if I do say so myself. But, you know, that's sort of a unique engine swap, but again, the car is relatively lightweight, so pretty much put anything there. Now you see the Club SC cars correctly associated with their pink coloration. We had to make an adjustment in that was my fault. The name change in particular had me thrown off a little bit.
Well, they have the same abbreviation.
They sure do, the SC. But you see there now Lennon Radcliffe. This was earlier in the session, but a 1:55.307, the new fastest time for Club SC. Here you go. Here's your multi-class ticker we've got this season. Kevin View in the number 18 up at the top of the scoring for Falcon Club TR, a 1:53.235. A couple of those street class cars on track as well with the blue coloration. And it's Owens in the 107, Koblenz in the 78, Soffel in the 434, and Fultz in the 498, your top 5 in class in this session right now. And then, of course, your Street GT category. This is a fun class because it's stock power as far as, or stock internals for your 5, 6, and 8-cylinder cars. And you can only have factory aero and tire width up to what the factory allowed. There's an MSRP limit for, so you end up with a lot of cars like the Chevrolet Camaro, the Corvette. We have seen Nissan GTRs in this category, the Toyota GR 911. In that class as well. Here's a look at one of our Falcon Club TR competitors this weekend. And you were talking about the classing. See the yellow flag waving there just at the exit of turn 3. That car is track mod probably really just because of the tire selection, right?
Correct. The other classes.
So tell me more about that car as far as power mod, suspension. What else is done to that car?
Sure. So internals are all the same. The cooling modifications is the big part of that car. The LT4 engine in it, when on track, you have a very different temperature between the right side and the left side. And going through, let's say, for example, Road Atlanta, where there's more elevation changes, it was very impactful. Caused the car to overheat, misfire on one side, throw a bunch of codes. So, you know, cooling the internals without changing them was important. So other than the cooling mods, not much. Still has, you know, cats on it, which means it's pretty quiet. I ran it during quiet hours at Road Atlanta.
There you
go.
Whoa.
That was fun. Uh-oh, there goes Matt off track.
That's turn 14 right behind us here. And it just sort of went straight off, a lot of understeer there. It looks like the grip level at 14 is very, very low. So just a very slow speed sort of slip off track. And I think a part of this not only is the moisture on the track, but also just the track temperature and the tire temperature. You talked about keeping everything warmed up. I did see there's a couple drivers here, and Estes Pizzellis has a Corvette and Unlimited running tire warmers. That'll help a lot, but that is not something that's allowed in most categories. So you're going to be it'll be up to you to keep the temperature in the tires, keep the grip on the road. There's that Ferrari we were talking about from Mike from StanceWorks, and got Falcon on board with them. Of course, new livery on this car. K-swap Ferrari, again, very unique in the considerations for what you're going to put under the hood of a Ferrari, but again, I think it looks just amazing. You don't really see a lot of Ferraris in GridLife Track Battle in general, as the checkered flag is already out for this session.
Looks like he's doing a cool down lap.
Yeah, definitely off pace now. Probably just took the checker, actually, just having passed the start-finish. The other challenge is the start-finish line here is right before the braking zone for turn 1, which is a huge challenge when you're trying to make fast laps, especially in low-grip conditions, because you need to hit the brakes before you get to the start-finish line. So you're sort of inclined to drive past the start-finish line at full speed and then just blow turn 1 on your fast lap, especially in a condition like this. But I think given the current situation with the very, very low track grip, I don't know that anyone's trying that hard to go fast given what they've got. But
I was trying to pay attention earlier sessions is who was braking before the start-finish line and who wasn't, and almost everybody was.
Yeah, Mike Burrows in that 244 Ferrari across the stripe here. We'll see if he'll pick up. This car is classed in unlimited, and he'll pick up the checkers now. And head back around. There, see Burrows at a 235, 365, really tiptoeing given the situation. I do expect this car to go a lot quicker than that tomorrow in proper conditions, and after he's had a few sessions with the car to really get up to speed. His best time so far this weekend, a 1:45.730, so actually a little quicker than Sean Bassett has gone earlier in this session, actually. And with that, I would think that actually Burrows is currently, after that previous session, leading. Not quite leading in unlimited. There's a few cars that have gone a little quicker in earlier sessions on the day. Checkered flag for the last few cars here in this session of GridLife Track Battle Championship. Group B will be up next, and we're going to kind of kick things up a notch a little bit higher. We'll see a little more street GT, the very pointy end of the Club TR category. Get a look at the 360. And new names and numbers. That's Ramdi Ramchand in the Honda S2000, a chassis that is incredibly popular in the excuse me, the Club TR category. I think it just swallowed a fly. That was awesome. But the Honda S2000 is a really popular car in this category because it really is a blank canvas for speed in a class like Club TR, which is all about maximizing your track day car, right? Lightweight, rear-wheel drive generally, although we see a lot of front-wheel drive cars in Club TR. And the S2000, again, not produced anymore, hasn't been produced since 2009, but one of the best drivers' cars ever built. Kyle Hale in the 222. See, it's raining again hard over on that far side of the track. I can tell you from where we are standing, there is no rain here. So this is the challenge of when you're at large facilities like this. You can have completely different weather on opposite ends of the racetrack. And Kyle Hale running both in track mod and in the Eibach GridLife Touring Cup Championship. So he's got 2 door cards on that car, pulling double duty here.
That makes for a busy weekend.
Yeah, getting a little bit, looks like it's just an out and in, so just a hard chip lap, maybe prepping for Eibach GLTC qualifying a little bit later today. And very slow cooldowns here for the Track Battle group. You can just tell by the body language of these cars that there is just not a lot of grip to be had. The other thing to consider is with the drift cars out on track, they lay down sort of a very unique rubber layer that's sort of track wide. That really makes things treacherous when the track gets wet. We see this all the time at our Midwest Festival in June when we sort of mix all the rubbers together. It makes things pretty challenging, but it really makes it up to the driver to find pace.
The drift drive line is much different than the race line.
It is, and you'll generally see dark marks on the inside of the entry to the corner from where they do that the flick to send off into the turn. They'll drive to the left going into a left-hander and then swing out right before the corner. And so there's actually sort of a line of rubber that comes across the racetrack there. So again, it is just not great weather at the moment here. We're going to be blessed with so much more great weather this weekend. We had amazing weather earlier. I was walking down the pit lane and said, man, it's so nice out. And then just so quickly, we just get this the blowing winds in that really kind of have dampened the enthusiasm, at least in the track battle sessions. But let's have a look at some of the highlights here from our GridLife Track Battle sessions thus far, because it's been tricky and challenging to find speed without the consistency of just an hour-long session where the conditions are the same, Jennifer.
Absolutely.
And we'll get those in a moment, but for now, in the background, we've got some drift happening, but here's another look at some of the highlights here from the last session. And just slow and steady. Maybe it doesn't win the weekend, but it's certainly going to keep your cars in the show here. There's the 888 Matt Bowers, just slow speed understeer off the racetrack at turn 14. Little curb jump there. The paint gets slippery for the 498. That's Bradley Fultz, who's up inside the top 5 in the street category. Mike Burrows in that K-Swap Ferrari, and then of course couple of cars all heading into pit lane. Right at the end of the session, the rain just picked up on the far side of the racetrack for Kyle Hale, who jumped in late for Burrows, and that is highlights from Track Battle in our first session of the weekend on the broadcast. Of course, we have lots more of that coming this weekend, and we're working our way towards that podium sprint on Sunday afternoon. So that's really the last session of the weekend. It's the top 5 from each of our 7 categories. They'll all go out as a group in their respective class, and it's 3 laps to lay down your best time. So as a driver who's getting into track driving, the intensity of time attack and this particular format, right? Because over the course of the weekend, yeah, you have to run a good lap. But now, with this podium sprint, you have to run a good lap now. How much pressure does that put on a driver?
Yeah, a lot. Absolutely. It's a matter of getting ready, getting out there, and getting your head right. Trying to breathe, and remembering what you're here to do.
We had so many drivers tell us that with the podium sprint introduction, they had butterflies again, which isn't, something that, a lot of the time attack drivers that coming from, HPDE and moving their way into timed competition will be like, man, I love this because there isn't all this pressure, but when you get on grid for the podium sprint, there's so much feedback that it's just been absolutely thrilling. In the background of this, while we watch cars do their warm-up lap, Kevin Bandy was on here earlier telling us about some of the Rush Series rules about wet track, dry track. They have to declare a wet track to be able to use their wet tire. The track has been declared wet, so I anticipate that is true for our track battle sessions as well. Now, that doesn't have any impact on the rules other than now opening up the possibility for wet track records.
I saw some of the tire changes going on over at the Race Treads booth earlier, and the Rush guys were prepping for rain, so now they get to use them.
That's a great thing that Race Treads is doing this season at GRIDLIFE events, offering tire changing support. It's actually just an additional option you can purchase when you buy a ticket, which I think is really neat, that you can just, unlimited tire changes, and you just add that on, and you bring your wheels and tires over, and they'll take care of it for you, take all the stress and pressure off of finding a mounting solution. And now we're getting to some characters that are returning again for subsequent years in the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship. There's Jeremy Bailey. This is a FA24 swap Subaru BRZ, or Scion FRS rather, the blue BRZ that's headed, FRS, BRZ, whatever you want to call them, headed up towards turn 4. That car has an FA24 block, so that's the newer engine from the contemporary GR86 with the FA20 head, so the older head on that car. Tom Halka back in his street class Subaru, the number 7 as well. And Mike Coons is out there as well in the number 300 Subaru. So a lot of our familiar players in street class and others on track now. That kink at high speed has got to be a little bit worrisome on the opening lap without tire temperature, Jennifer.
Yeah. Well, and especially in some of the bigger tire sizes, it takes longer for them to come up to temp. And until they're up to temp, they're not going to have the right grip and not going to give you the right result you're really looking for.
Yeah, and again, it's still raining hard over where this camera is positioned, but we're seeing a very slight drizzle over here. As far as coming back around to turn 14, little wiggle there from Halka in the number 7. And on the run down to turn 14, we'll see what grip he's got available to him on corner exit. And headed up towards turn 1. We'll see what times they're going to be able to put on the board now that they've got their warm-up lap out of the way. They might need more than that. I love watching under the rear of these cars, just the diffusers and how they suck the water up and spray it back out. They call that a rooster tail, and you see that a lot in GT and prototype racing, but I think it's just phenomenal to watch the aerodynamics at work. We always talk about how Dale Earnhardt could see the air, and you really can see it when it's got so much moisture in it that you can really see the effect of it. It's almost like having a wind tunnel on screen, which I think is so cool. Big push there. Yeah, this track is not set up for speed at the moment. There's a 949 on track. That's Evan in the Ford Mustang. A 144.959 was the best time that he had run so far, but I think we're a long ways off from running that as our best lap.
I love watching a C5 Z06 on track. It inspires me to get mine done.
Yeah, so you're building yours for potentially track battle competition or maybe wheel-to-wheel competition. What makes those cars so good? Because we've seen a huge uptick, it feels like, of Corvette machinery in general. Here's a C8, for example, but we've seen a lot of the C5 and C5 Z06 platforms, not only in GLTC, but also in our track battle championship.
Yeah, I think in particular with the C5 Corvette, Some of the platform can be modified in a way that some of the newer ones, technology in the cars make it a little difficult. There's a rawness to the C5 that, let's say, the C8 may not have because of technology. But the modifications on it, the parts availability on it, and the performance that you can get out of them is absolutely amazing.
I stand corrected also, Jeremy Bailey's car that we saw, it is an FA24 all the way through. I got his car confused with, I think, Andy Smedegard over at ASM is doing the mixed FA20, FA24 swap. You can't mix engine components, they have to be stock internals for the Falcon Club TR categories. That was an astute observation from one of our viewers that I'd gotten a couple of those cars mixed up. But the idea is the FA24 is a slightly larger displacement version of that Subaru power plant that comes in those cars from factory. So they changed the oil pickup setup a little bit, but primarily it's just a lot more torque and a lot more consistent power plant for the number 13 Falcon Club TR car. Point by there coming from the Corvette. Ben Bolthus in the number 40 GR Supra, actually quickest in Street GT in this session so far, but at a 59.3. There's Mike Coons, big slide there out of turn 2. Even with the all-wheel drive, having to work very, very hard to find grip. And it is just absolutely treacherous at the moment.
Well, we talked a little bit about the C5s, but in the difference in the C8 and the technology behind it. And on the newer Corvettes, they have race settings and track settings that the older Corvettes don't have. So while the older ones may have an advantage, the newer ones do as well.
For sure, I think as far, I mean, accessibility maybe for having, you know, the C5s on the used market have come down so much in value or price, maybe not value, but the C8, you mentioned the electronics. In general, modern cars with all their electronics and higher end traction control and anti-lock brake systems, that helps a lot, I think, in something like TrackBattle where you can retain all of that equipment and you're not expected to remove it, right? So the fancier car you get, you can keep all the gizmos and gadgets that come with it, provided they still fit within the class rules. Can't have active aero or stuff like that. But there's the 540 car. Now I think this is our friend Bucky Lasek, who has had an illustrious career across a variety of motorsports, but most notably in rally. So Bucky Lasek in that Subaru WRX here this weekend, the number 540 in the street mod category. You see him P5 on the order. There has yet to run a time in this particular session, but his best time so far at 2:13.290. Only had a couple of laps earlier in the day. But just glad to have guys like Bucky here in the paddock. And we talked about in the GridLife Rush Series event earlier, we've got a lot of star power from the YouTube side of things as well. And a handful of pro drivers interspliced throughout the paddock. But in a situation like this, his rally career and all the things that he's driven in every type of condition, that's going to come in handy in a moment like now. Mike Coons navigating turn 3. I talked about the rumble strips and the curbing. Now, anything that's painted, whether it be striped lines or whether it be the rumble strips, as soon as that stuff gets wet, it just turns into an ice skating rink. So you really want to keep it on the pavement as best you can. And a pit in for the Mustang Street GT car with a checkered flag following very close thereafter. Now there's still one additional group of time attack that is coming up next here. Here's Ben Bolthus on the back straightaway, headed down towards turn 8. So that was not quite the fastest seeded group of the session so far. This is Group B. We've got Group A coming up shortly. And it looks like Bucky Lasek might not get a time in unless he takes it all the way back to the checkers. Ooh, a little slip there. And he's going to pit in before completing a lap in this session.
That slip made up his mind.
Yeah, stuck the fist out the window. That signifies the driver is coming to pit lane. And he will turn back into the paddock. So having a look at some of the lap times, you'll note that they are not very quick relative to those in earlier sessions on the day. But again, drivers just trying to maximize what they can and learn. This is a great opportunity when the grip level's down, Jennifer. It gives you the opportunity to explore the limits of grip without having to do 125 miles an hour, which I think, especially for those that are getting accustomed to a new build, this is probably something to take advantage of, I think. Jason Witt, by the way, in that M4 peeling off the track. He's a new competitor to GridLife TrackBattle this season. That gold car that's just peeled off. few of these other drivers are going to take the checker on the racetrack. They'll still get to keep these times. And Ben Bolthus at the top of 158.622. And as far as his running in Street GT so far, looks like he was inside the top 5 already as things stood. So not having a bad day. There's Jeremy Bailey in that FA24 FRS. And Jeremy actually has yet to have put, at least in Heat 1, didn't put a time down, put a 43.9 down in Heat 2, and a 2:05, make that a 2:02.891 that time through. So a little pickup on the wet. And just also note how close the times are in every category at the top. 158 for Street GT, 156 in Street, 153 in Club TR. 155 in Sunday Cup. Now, I know the conditions have changed a little bit, but what happens when you reduce the grip, I said earlier, it's an equalizer. It doesn't matter how much power you have if you can't put it to the ground. It doesn't matter how much aero you have if you don't have the grip to get to the speed where you can use it. So it just brings everyone back to the same level and really makes things interesting where the driver is really in command. The fact that we've had a Sunday Cup car, Lennon Radcliffe, and a Corolla run faster than a Toyota GR Supra, it's just all about the conditions, right? So that just gives you an idea of how tricky and treacherous it has been this afternoon. See if Tom Halka, he's going to pit in. That looks like he is satisfied with his running. The weather, it's so bizarre here. It is sunny and broad daylight here where we're sitting, and it is raining hard right now.
The track here is 2.77 miles long, so yeah, it comes back around start to finish, but pretty big area that we're covering around here.
Yeah, but it's just so strange how it's been very split today. Here's a look at some of the cars that are about to head out on track here for our last track battle session of the day. And this 717 car that we see here, this is a driver that you're very familiar with if you follow Grid Life. That's Luke McGrew. And Luke has been a longtime runner in the Eibach Grid Life Touring Cup Championship and also has his roots in Grid Life Track Battle. A handful of years ago, ran a Dodge Viper ACR for a couple of seasons, but then moved into Eibach Grid Life Touring Cup where he ran a NC generation Mazda MX-5 Miata for a couple of seasons before transitioning to a C5, which he ran and took almost to a title last season in 2024. Now, at the very end of the season, we all showed up to Pittsburgh International Race Complex, very much anticipating him to battle for the championship. I said, Luke, where are you? He said, I sold my car the week before the race. And he sold it to Tony Marchev, another Eibach GLTC competitor, and he bought this car. A C8 Corvette that he is going to run in the Grid Life Track Battle Championship this season. He's not going to run the whole season. He'll run a handful of events here and there, but he was so relaxed in the line for registration the other day. He just said, he goes, I love just not having to worry about, fixing my car. I said, you never had to fix your car in the first place. But he goes, I don't even have to think about fixing it. just classic Luke McGrew. But I'm excited to see what he can do in that Corvette. And it is a Z06 Corvette, by the way, so it is definitely capable. Dayton De La Houssaye in that 985. That MX-5 has a lot under the hood. It is not a stock engine under there. And this thing rips. He was in the podium sprint last season in the street modified category for an MX-5, even one of the newer generation cars like this ND. You don't see those at the pointy end of street mod all that much. But I expect to see him in the mix. He's currently 11th overall after Heat 2. Right behind Luke McGrew, actually, only by a 1/10 of a second. To give you an idea of how fast that MX-5 is, it can keep up with a Z06.
Wow.
And they're very different cars. It feels like the Corvette's 3 times as long as that ND.
And the weight difference in them as well.
Yeah, and the weight balance, right? Front engine rear drive versus the mid engine rear drive, which you talked about the different technologies and Corvette transitioning from a front engine car to the mid engine platform with the C8 generation Corvette. To many, that was a departure from the norm, but this was sort of also what Chevrolet and Corvette always wanted that car to be. And so it sort of reached its, I dare not say the final version, but it definitely has upped the performance capability of the Corvette in so many ways for track use. And we've seen that be true in sports car racing as well. As of late, they've got the Z06 GT3R that's now in global competition and has won a handful of very important big endurance races. Whoa, big slide there for De La Houssaye.
Lots of rain down there.
Yeah.
Well, it's crazy to think that the C8's been out for as long as it has, and rumor has it they're talking about the C9 already. So
that's crazy. It's
I
like it's
know.
coming out like iPhones at this rate. But there's Luke McGrew. There's Jeremy Lauder on pit lane, getting set to go out. The number 525 Chevrolet Camaro Unlimited class car. Jeremy Lauder ran in the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb last year with this car. It was his first attempt to do that. Flipped the thing over in practice. And I'm not sure if he's fixed it yet, but there was a big gouge in the right side A-pillar from where that car had rolled over. And I thought he should have left that there as a badge of honor because he competed and ran up the mountain anyway. So just really cool to have drivers compete in global events like that and then still run with us here on the GRIDLIFE side of things. And then we saw Tom Halka earlier. This is Josh Halka returning in the Turn-In Concepts 777 Subaru. Look at the stretch on those tires. He's really running some wide wheels on that car, at least in the front. I imagine that setup is square front to rear on an all-wheel drive car like this, though.
it appears to be.
And the bumper sticker says, a fun car makes life more fun. I think that seems to be true. Here's Luke McGrew in that Z06, headed down to turn 8 off the racing line, moving back onto it for turn 8. And again, there's a little bit of a rooster tail coming out on the run, but here is really where you see the track get wet again. So it's almost like the backstretch is dry or drying, and this is still very much wet on the run down to turn 10. Big braking for the kink. You probably wouldn't normally see a ton of brake in a car that has this much downforce from factory even, so very tentative into turn 11. Again, when you're running at such low speeds, you don't really have the assistance of the aerodynamics. That wing is far from stock on the Z06. And you know, the other thing about Luke McGrew that I always admired is he keeps the color choice very simple on his cars. Just like Henry Ford, he can have any color he wants so long as it's black. It's always been a black car for Luke McGrew, even since the Vapor days, is what he'd say. Let's see what Luke McGrew's got in the track mod category. Let's see if he'll go to the top this time of those that have come on by. Runs wide there at turn 1, just off the racing line as best he can. Big wide sticky tires on this, but again, very tentative. Not a ton of camber here. It's a very flat corner. Early on the brakes there as well.
The rear diffuser on that one.
Yeah, and the diffuser is just another one of those aero tools that I think are super useful for finding downforce, but also for seeing how the air is moving in conditions like this, because again, it accelerates the air out from under the car and kind of gives it that suction to the ground. And so you see it sort of spool up the air in the winds behind. There's Josh Halk again in the 777 turn-in car. And I would anticipate him going for the championship in the street class again this season. We've seen Josh all around the country running in the championship standings, and last season we didn't see a lot of Josh. We only saw him for 2 rounds, and that came back here at Carolina Motorsports Park and then at Midwest Festival in June. So I assume we'll see him at least a couple more times this season. McGrew working his way around the carousel and heading back towards turn 14 here. A little bit faster this time by. Let's see what he's got. What does he run as far as time in this session? 2:07.399. Will we see him jump up to the top? Certainly not of those that have already run, but maybe within his category. And that time through for McGrew. It was a 2:07. I had anticipated a little bit quicker, but a 2:03, 2:85. So a 4-second pickup, but it's still very far off of what this car is capable of. A lot of cars on track either taking advantage of this. And this is, we'd anticipate this with groups B and A in particular, Jennifer, the faster cars. They're not necessarily going to want to risk this. It's not going to do a lot for them with the high horsepower if they can't put it down. You only need one quick lap in any of the qualifyings to advance to the podium sprint.
Especially if they're running slicks.
Especially if you're running slicks. And if you don't have a treaded tire to run as an alternative, that's a great point. And for those at home, the slick tires don't look a lot like your street tires. They have no tread, or at least no tread pattern, because the tire is entirely smooth because they're maximizing the surface contact to the road. And the reason your tires at home have the tread is to wick water away, which is exactly what you need right now. So if you don't have those tires, you're going to have yourself a pretty hard time. Now, there's a significant number of unlimited class cars that do have slick tires here this weekend, from when my quick walk around the pit and paddock earlier this weekend. And Luke McGrew working his way through turn 12. Through 13 and now turn 14, the final turn. Again, sort of center track braking. It's like spilling water off of the corners of the left and right front corners of the car.
I call those winglets, little winglets on the side. They have channels on the end of them, and the water will channel right through it.
Now, he did run quicker that time still. Saw him jump off of the page that he was on the timing and scoring. And give him a 2:01.688. So that was another 2-second pickup there for McGrew. Josh Halka tracking out to the exit of turn 13. Started braking on the racing line, then went center track, kind of mid-braking zone. Squaring it up and just matting the throttle, letting the computer do the work there. Across the stripe for Josh Halka. That was a 1:58.811. That was his best time of this session. A big wide push through turn 1. All 4 tires doing the work there. Oh, big counter steer moment through turn 3, drifting it through turn 3. Ton of camber, and there was the rear wheels as well, I noticed on that run down to 4. Not sure if he's trialing a new suspension setup or if he's just dialing alignment or anything like that, but here's McGrew. Working his way around the track here. It's only really McGrew, Halka, and was there one other car on track? I think that was basically it, so it's been pretty quiet.
There are a few more that started but have already come in.
Yeah, we saw Jeremy Lauder, one of the drivers that came back into the pit lane.
We definitely have some that didn't run.
Yeah, I think there are a lot that didn't run for sure, but Luke McGrew will come back around, and he's going to stay out as the checkered flag displays here for the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship. Slow tail end of this session as we make our way towards the end of Friday. We have a lot to do tomorrow as far as reshuffling the deck, Jennifer. I don't know that we've seen really the capabilities of anybody yet with what we had as far as weather today.
No, I don't think so either. Everybody has been discussing how they have.
This is heat 3. They're going to have 4 more opportunities to qualify before they are. And Halka down through turn 1. He'll make his way around on the cool down lap. And there's a look at your unlimited track mod, street mod, and street GT categories as far as results. Here's a look at some highlights from this session. It was already slick when the cars returned to the track after about a 45-minute long lightning delay. Jason Witt in the gold M4 kicking up a rooster tail behind the field of cars. The 949 Mustang struggling for grip at turn 3. Tom Halka out on track. in the number 7 Subaru returning to action. Mike Coons using his all-wheel drive Subaru to gather some grip wherever he could find it on track. But fists out the window was sort of the topic of discussion. Only a couple laps here. Bucky Lasek went out, did a lap, came back in. Wasn't going to find speed in the slick conditions here. Ben Volthus in the number 40 GR Supra topped the Street GT in Heat 3 for the GridLife Track Battle Championship. Tim Lutz in the 517 number Corvette. Handful of others. Philip Glass Hess in this Miata braving the rain. Josh Hulka looking for grip wherever he could find it. And watch this counter steer, turned in and just had a big moment trying to gather things up. Luke McGrew spilling water off the side skirts in that 717 Track Mod C8 as he transitioned from Eibach GLTC competition to GridLife Track Battle. And he came back around, picked up the checker there with water splaying out from underneath the tires. And that was it for GridLife Track Battle here on Friday. So we learned a lot as far as the grip was low, but we didn't learn a lot as far as how the times are going to set, Jennifer.
No, I think tomorrow is going to be a much different experience for our drivers on track than they saw today.
Yeah. GridLife Track Battle qualifying 3 is complete here at GridLife South Carolina. South Carolina brings the first round of many of our championships to 2025. And first up in racing this weekend is the GridLife Rush Series in our 25 entry field, all Rush SR machines. And these are all spec single class cars. Of course, we will have the Rush SRX later this season, but Kyle Heyer joined by Kevin Bandy. Kevin, this is the first cars to take to the track for a race here this weekend. So we learned some things in qualifying, some of the familiar players from seasons past, and they're about to jump behind the wheels of these cars. About 145 horsepower, but they do a lot with that horsepower.
Absolutely. Really good to be back here in the booth, although I upgraded jackets. It's gotten a little chilly out here. We've seen some rain. We're looking down here on the pit lane here, and you'll notice many of these cars, if not most of these cars, will have some white lettering now on the tires. They've switched to the Hoosier Reigns for most cars. Maybe this is a strategy decision or a budget decision, but they sometimes have the Nankang AR1 still on the car. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out, whether I see a little bit of sun coming out, maybe a good strategy to stay on the dries, but we'll see how they find some pace in these new conditions in the first race. Yep, like you said, first race of the weekend, and the first race for Rush this weekend as well.
And as you had mentioned, there is a wet track declaration that's made by the series, and it was decided that this is a wet track, so you have the ability to switch onto the wet weather tire. Now, you mentioned the sun coming out as well. So when the track dries out, I'm not sure that in a 20-minute race it'll dry out enough to really be problematic, but the wet weather tire isn't just about having tread, it's also a much softer compound. And that can get tricky when you're running it on a racetrack that is drying or is dry, because it's just going to heat that tire up, and it'll make things tricky for the drivers. And you tend to see cars kind of rolling over. They get a little sloppy in the handling when tires get really, really hot. Not anything by the car, it's just because the tires are not suited for this environment. But it's wet right now. I think it'll be fine. If the track starts to dry significantly, though, I'd look to see these cars move off the racing line to try to find some puddles and keep the tires cool. It's one of the cool things about watching a drying track transition is seeing which drivers are savvy enough to get offline, keep their tires cool, and be in the game as long as possible.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of strategy at play here. I think you'll see we've got drivers that are new to the series, drivers that come from all different disciplines. I think it'll really shine people that have that understanding, that racecraft, that take that from another environment or whatever they did before, and really showcase that in these odd conditions here.
Yeah, certainly. And again, the challenge also, these cars rely a lot on downforce. They're relatively lightweight, so the downforce as a component of their overall grip to the track is a pretty big component. But in the slower corners, when you don't have all that aero to lean on, you're really limited by your mechanical grip in these cars. And so many familiar players up at the front, the pointy end there, and doubling up for a pace lap around here at GRIDLIFE South Carolina. When they take the green, it's about a 15 to 20 minute race. And we get the white flag when we get the white flag, and we'll know when you do, because races are not a set length here at GRIDLIFE. They are within a time window. And because of the time compression here today, I wouldn't really anticipate us getting the very top end of that window. And the other thing is, how tentative are you going to be on this opening lap, this opening sector?
Right. I mean, this is going to be, we didn't really get any kind of practice in rain or anything like that. Nobody's been on the Hoosiers yet. So for many of these drivers, they may have never been on the Hoosiers, even if they've driven previous events in these cars. And certainly, as we've mentioned before, quite a few of these drivers have never been in the car before, or at least never in a competition environment. So this is going to be lots of learning. I think we'll see big separate. Oh, there was a big slide right there. People just trying to feel out the tires. The strategy is probably not to put a bunch of heat in the tires just yet, but you do want to feel out those conditions before you have the pressure of the race environment and everybody trying to jockey for position.
Yeah, so as far as the drivers out in front at the moment, the driver on pole is Andy Volkel in the number 34. Now, that's a brand new driver to the series. He ran at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca with us in the fall, but this is the first time that he's got his car stickered up. He was impressive in practice, impressive in qualifying. Ryan Leach is up in the mix there in the number 56. Nico Bratz, those two battled it out at Road America last season. Ethan Alexander, Jaden Batley, Nate Hamilton in the 144 starts in 6th, and Gage Hughes, Brett DiGiacomo in 7th and 8th. Sam Reed and Bill Wright wrapping up your top 10, and that's not even half the field. We've got some other news. James French, who qualified up inside the top 5, had a disqualification in qualifying, so he will start at the tail of the field. But just to run you through the rest, 11th place is Grant Anderson. You might know him as Instagrant. Larry Brady rolls off at 12th, and Matt Wilson in the 888. TJ Hunt rolls off at 14th, then Andrew Lee and Evan Shanks in row number 8. Jeremy Boysen, new to the Rush SR. So is, by the way, Evan Shanks in row 8. And Team and Alzheimer's Motorsports in 18th place. Alex Ziegenfuss and Jake Sanders make out row number 10. AJ Campo and Grant Ellis, 21st and 22nd. John Howe and Blair Hosey will be in row number 12. Hosey also had his times disallowed for causing a yellow flag in the first qualifying session. Didn't do anything wrong, just had the car. Had some smoke, had to stop.
And so is he back out there?
I didn't see it, but again, as far as
certainly that's gutting, right? You've got the top time on the board, and then you have a mechanical issue, and then at best you're put all the way in the back of the field, but you may not even be able to make it out. Such a dedication to make it to one of these race weekends, and to have something that potentially could end the weekend at the very beginning of it is just absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah, looks like the pace car is going to stay out for an additional lap here, as best I can tell. Lights were still on. We still have the double yellow flags displayed. So we'll go one more lap under control of the pace car before we turn these cars loose. Looks like one car is peeling off at the tail there. I didn't get a good look at who that was or what number it was. But maybe didn't like the way something felt. It's always good to come back to the crew and say, hey, something didn't feel right. Andy Volkel had a big moment there just in the pace laps. again, you're right, testing the water, literally testing the waters to see what grip level they have available to them. So as a driver, you've had a number of starts in wet weather, I'd anticipate, by this point, right?
So I got pretty lucky that most of last season was all dry, and I only had one rain race, and that was race 4 at Midwest Fest last year.
Oh boy.
And it was crazy.
It was a doozy, that one. I remember that.
I found, I mowed a lot of grass, so it was really a challenge, and it just teaches you how much slower. It's amazing how much slower you have to be through that heavy rain. Now, what we have right now is not heavy rain. It's going to be very interesting because you may find that people are still going to want to drive on the dry line. There may be sections of the track that are worse than others. So it's really going to see how it plays out, and I think we'll see a real separation based on tire choice in this race.
Yeah, and so would you anticipate that? I mean, looking at the track now, the sky is blue and clear, and it's been moody today, but it doesn't look that wet to me. But we've seen really rooster tails coming up as recently as 5 minutes ago. So do you think having the slick tire on would actually be advantageous?
I think it might be. I think what we're going to see here is a big shift. So you might see early in the race, it's clear who's got an advantage and who doesn't, and by the end of the race, it could completely flop. If it actually is dry out there, which from this camera angle, it certainly doesn't look that way, but if it really is dry out there, then you're going to really overheat those wets. But if there's enough rain to justify them, then you're going to have that advantage.
I think the challenge is as we notified everyone earlier, it was dry over here, not raining, and it was absolutely raining on the far end of the racetrack. So is one sector clean and one sector is a mess? We're going to find out, but all the sectors are going to be alight with the sounds of the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, newly rebranded this season, dropping the SR because we'll gain the Rush SRX in future rounds here this season. But this field is packed full of GRIDLIFE Rush SR machinery here as the pace car lights have extinguished. And the first race of the 2025 GRIDLIFE season is the Rush Series here at Carolina Motorsports Park. Doubled up, racked up, stacked up, 25 cars on this entry list.
And I don't see any lights on that pace car, so we should be going racing.
We'll duck in, and Andy Volkel, in only his second weekend of action in GRIDLIFE's Rush Series, will take us to the green. Nico Bratz trying to undo the defeat from Road America last season, which he lost a race to Ryan Leach by 56 thousandths of a second.
Insane.
Doesn't want that to happen again. Pace cars off. Time to go racing from GRIDLIFE South Carolina at Carolina Motorsports Park. The GRIDLIFE Rush Series and GRIDLIFE's 2025 season are underway. And down to turn 1, we're going to be 3 wide immediately midfield there, but Volkel gets out clear for the top spot. It's Bratz and Leach side by side. They're 3 wide for second for a moment. Here comes the 51 of Gage Hughes. Up to the inside of the 33 of Ethan Alexander, but Bratz powers through to second place. There's grip on the inside. Now he slots into second.
Andy's done a great job of getting out ahead, getting out of the mess, not having to battle it out with anybody, and that gives you clear advantage. We've got 2 cars here that have just spun. Looks like no contact or anything from what I can tell.
Yep, AJ Campo in the pink car that's to 227. And didn't get a great look at the number board on the side of the blue car. We'll see it here as it turns 129. Alex Ziegenfuss. They started with AJ Campo right behind, so maybe there was a little contact here. Here's a look at a replay. Top right of your screen. Was there he just slipped, and I think they're both going to happen separately here.
Just a spin, and that might have been a little bit of contact.
Didn't catch the number on that other car, but great look at the replay. Those 2 cars tangling in separate incidents, but I think they're hopefully both back rolling, and they are, so that's great news, and we'll stay. Actually, that's a different car. That's the 22 of Jeremy Boysen. So 2 of those pink cars on course.
Yeah, there's 2 of those cars look exactly the same.
Yep, so hopefully we'll keep them all clean and green from here on out. But Volkel got a nice getaway, nice clean start up at the front.
Absolutely. And we got to remember, these are motorcycle powertrains in these vehicles, which means no reverse. So if you spin, you end up in an odd situation. You may be limited on options.
In the background, you see Andy Volkel leading the way there. There he is in the number 34. Then behind, it's Nico Bratz in that red number 7. And then Ryan Leach in the 56, who started on the outside of the front row, and Ethan Alexander in that blue 33. And I saw the 33 and the 7 paddocked together. I'm not sure if they're teammates, but I'd anticipate with the vinyl being similar.
And with those Hoosier wets having the big white Hoosier logo on the side of the tire, it's clear who has it and who doesn't. And so far, everyone at the top of the pack is running those Hoosier rain tires.
Yeah, and it looks, again, certain sections of this racetrack, like right here, I really want that wet. The backstretch is dry, but you're also going straight, not putting a lot of load on the tire there, so it might be okay for a relatively short race here. But gaps now coming across the board as we kind of see how things will filter out the first time through. Jeremy Boysen up to 11th place. He started in 17th, so +6 for Boysen in the opening lap. A little bit of side-by-side here, deeper in the field. That was the 17 that was involved in an opening collision. John Howie in the iridescent car. It looks like an oil slick vinyl.
It really does.
But I don't see any damage on that car despite the little bit of contact that they did have, so got away with it. Looking up the road here, how things have progressed at the pointy end of the field. Vogel still leads over Bratz into turn 10. Just trying to see if the brake lights are coming on here, if they're still flat out despite the wet on that end of the racetrack.
I spoke with Andy after his last after qualifying.
Oh, no, sorry, that was, I thought that pickup truck in the distance was one of our competitors. That's good news.
That's good. Quick on the flags there. You saw a little bobble, and he was able to get out of the way, and it was nice and clear track there.
So looking down the order a little bit, but here come our leaders again, up out of turn number 14 and across the stripe here. And see if that gap is increasing. It looks like it's visually gone up a little bit for Bratz in the number 7. And we'll see, there was 1 point, yeah, it's 2.1 now that time through. So Vogel establishing a lead and running away with it. And it's interesting to see if Ryan Leach can parlay a little bit higher up the order, because he was a dominant force last season a bunch. Look at the 51 jumping the curves.
Wow, that's brave in this weather. The curbs themselves have paint on them, and that's not the same as the asphalt, especially in the rain. So there's a lot less grip there, and it is a risk to put your tires on there. Now the unloaded tire is going to be a little less affected than the outside tire in a turn, but still a risk, and it's a good way to test how slick it really is out there.
There's that 17, John Howie up alongside. I think that would be, is that Campo or the 22 of Boysen? It's got to be Campo, I'd imagine, unless he's pulled off course. Campo is in the pit lane, so that is the 22 of Boysen. I wonder if maybe that contact had, going off track, had cut a tire of some sort, but where did Boysen land? So Boysen went up to 11th and then back to 13th. So he went up and then down a little bit. And here comes the 53. And Boysen given a point by there to the 53. That's Evan Shanks in his first ever competitive race in the GridLife Rush Series. Moving up the order there. Started in 16th place. And I think for a guy like Shanks, it's just gathering experience, right?
Absolutely. So Evan's been out of it for a while. Like, he's always loved motorsports, and due to different issues, he's not been able to be in it as much as he wants. And then he, switched life stages with a family, and he really wanted to get back in, and this was his opportunity. A seat opened up, decided to jump in with both feet, and he's really doing something with it. He's having a blast.
And this is totally different than what he's used to, because he has a lot of background in drifting, and it's quite a good drifter on his own right. But kind of following the footsteps, of some others. We mentioned Nate Hamilton and TJ Hunt that have also kind of come from the world of drifting. On Hamilton's side, more the FD sort of thing, but TJ certainly has been competitive in some grassroots racing or drifting in California. So very similar stories there. When these drifters have really embraced this kind of driving, which this is more akin to driving a prototype than it is a GT car as far as the style.
It is, but I will tell you this, if I want to have a background that's going to suit me well in rain racing, I think that would be drifting, right?
You would think. And TJ Hunt down in 18th place, so he's gone a little bit backwards from where he started in 14th. Evan Shanks moving up the order just a touch. 2.3 seconds the gap between the race leaders at the moment. Whoa, big slip and slide. One of the cars has gone around. That's exiting, I think this is turn 12 area here. And that's going to drop them down the order a little ways. They'll get back rolling. The grass also gets very slick.
It does. That's another thing. Like we talked about with the paint, it gets incredibly slick. The grass also turns into basically ice. You can have a little bit of tire off in the grass. Doesn't affect you much in the dry, but it's a very different game in the wet.
Yeah, certainly. And there's the 188 as well has joined us this season. I think there was a number change on the side of that car. We didn't actually see it out in qualifying, so he just kind of jumped in late in the going. There's the 12. Brett DiGiacomo started this race in 8th, and it's gone down a little ways as well. So Vogel completes the 4th lap of the race, 2.7 now back to Bratz. Look at Ryan Leach, though. That 56 car just ran the best lap of the race. So will he start knocking down the times in that 56 and claw his way back up to Bratz and Vogel in the closing stages of this event? It's very possible. I don't see a white flag, so we still got a couple. I would anticipate this race being a touch shorter. That's why I'm looking at the flag stand with 7 minutes to go and thinking we might get one.
Absolutely.
But not that time. Nate Hamilton up to 7th place. And he started, where did he start? P6, so he's also down 1. There he is in the 144 right there.
Well, I'm seeing a lot of confidence in that car. He seems to be very comfortable with the conditions, whatever they may be, because I saw a lot of loaded up car right there.
Yeah, Ryan Leach was just getting by Nico Bratz right behind Andy Vogel. So Vogel's going to go around some lap traffic, and just behind this, the battle for second is on. Bratz and Leach, remember, there's Leach right behind Bratz. That's a battle for second place. We noted that Leach had run the fastest lap of the race, and he's all over the tailpipes of the 7.
These cars are so small. Doing something like doing a pass through the kink seems impossible in a full-bodied car. Whoa, there's a big bobble through 14. Very last turn of the track. You got to be careful through there. You can throw away your entire lap right on that last turn.
Yeah, there's 77 to Sander. Oh, spin out of the final corner, Poison. And remember, the leaders are coming up to this mix. Vogel will be right behind this, so there'll be a yellow into 14. No passing here in that zone.
That's the perfect example. That's the kind of turn you want to go in slow and then accelerate out through there. If you try to overcook it, you pay the price. And that could have been a great lap, and it's thrown away with that spin.
Yeah, didn't even get to the rumbles, just tracked out and just lost the rear. Did a good job locking it down and keeping it from spinning around further, but see if he'll get back rolling. And look at Ryan Leach up to 2nd place. And look at the gap. He gained a full second on Vogel from his position in 3rd last time around. And there's enough time left in this race that I could foresee Leach catching Vogel by the end of this thing.
Yeah, it's a very different mentality to be in the front of the field versus having somebody to chase. When you've got somebody to chase, you just try to match to their pace, and then you can kind of lose that. You get into a different psychology when you're out front.
Battle's a little bit deeper in the field here as well. But see what Leach can do next time by, because I don't think he's going to get 4 more laps. He might get 3. And with 3 laps at a second gain to lap, he will pass and defeat Vogel by a full second. So he's really on it at the moment.
When he starts filling those mirrors, that's when things could get into another slide through there. That's a risky move. We just saw the price that you can pay for overcooking it through that last turn.
Yeah, that's I think that's Evan Shanks in the 53 chasing Larry Brady. That's for 6th place. There's Brady in the 59. And Evan Shanks right behind him. And Shanks getting more and more comfortable with sliding this car around, nibbling the curve there at turn 2.
Again, that comfort probably coming straight from the drifting world, right? He knows what a car is like in slipping. He knows how to recover from it, and he's not spinning the car. He's keeping it together.
Yeah, and that's the other thing to consider, too. With pretty stiffly sprung suspension, the car's relatively lightweight, leans on some downforce. If it gets too far away from you, it's going to be hard to catch. This is your battle for the lead, though. Here's Vogel leading Leach, but not by much. Maybe 5-6 car lengths here. When they come up to the main flag stand, white flag, 1 lap to go. This time by, I think, it is last lap. So 1 to go, and Vogel has Leach all over him here. 0.8 of a second. There's the gap between the lead 2.
Wow, it is so neck and neck. It seemed like Vogel had this clear lead for a while, and then it looks like we've got another battle going on just a little bit deeper in the field. Lots of passing here.
Yeah, battling everywhere. There's the 51. Some other battles on the racetrack, but the lead battle is tight, headed up to turns 5 and 6 right now. Leach was 0.8 back. That was a 1.4 second gain last time by, I think, something like that.
And again, I see the sun out the whole time, but I'm seeing these outside lines being really quick. I don't know if this is a difference of tire or maybe just being on the correct line.
Yeah, a little side-by-side through the kink. That was dicey. But where is your race leader, Andy Vogel, in that number 34? Ryan Leach just behind. And I'll bet you that 56 is all over Vogel with just a couple of corners left to go. The rest of the field picking up the white flag. This time by. And there's the car. Is it stop? Oh, the braking zone was a little longer than I expected. Looked like he was going to stop there. But let's see where the leaders have ended up. There's Evan Shanks again in the 53. And There's the swap. So Leach has already gotten by Vocal on the backside of the course. So heading down to what we presume to be the final corner now. Unless that white it's being displayed as a standing white. So maybe we won't get a checker this time, but let's see. No, it will be. Coming to the checkers, Ryan Leach in the last lap goes from third to first in the final two and will pick up the checkered flag and defeat Andy Vocal with maybe 5 corners left.
Wow, that is wild. He just absolutely found the pace, worked his way up there, and capitalized on it, and it just happened to pay off.
Yeah, we certainly expected Leach to be good, and we knew it was coming, but I didn't think he ran him down from 3 seconds back in 3.5 laps. That is really
wild.
impressive.
Great progress there.
And for Vocal, just got his pocket picked right at the end there, unfortunately. But Nico Bratz will come home with a solid podium. Ethan Alexander in 4th place, and Hughes in the 51 in position number 5. Nate Hamilton, 6th place. Brady, Hunt, Shanks, and Anderson. That's a great trio there. Hunt, Shanks, and Anderson all in the top 10. They'll be stoked about that.
Absolutely.
At the conclusion here of race number 1. So GridLife Rush Series giving us something to chew on here. We've got 3 more of these races here this weekend, and certainly Leach, Vocal, and Bratz are going to give us more of what we just got a taste of there.
The field may have spread out a bit by the end of this race, but there's battles going on all over the place. So unfortunately, we can only show you one thing at a time.
Yeah, I think the other challenge with the conditions is like how close of a race can you have when everyone's on different tires and the conditions are changing so much. But just looking at how much come and go there was is what I call that. When you go up and down the order so much. Evan Shanks, TJ Hunt, Grant Anderson all the way up into 8th, 9th, and 10th. And a couple drivers, Zegan Foose, Campo down a couple of laps. So just a lot of shifting and shuffling. James French from 25th to 15th in the time that he had after getting disqualified out of qualifying. A lot of qual there.
And I'm really glad to see Andy Lee out there. He ended up in 16th there. He did not have wets. And he told me before that he would not go out if it rained. He just didn't want to put that at risk. Looked like he just summoned the courage, decided it was worth the risk. He wanted to get out there. He wanted to compete. So awesome to see him put down a solid position.
Certainly. So with the field coming back around for their cool down laps now. Let's look at Grant Anderson in the 133. New livery on his car this season. Inside the top 10. I don't know if that's his first top 10 ever, but he'll be proud of that, I think. And TJ and Evan and Grant, I think, are going to have a great time in the paddock talking about that one. But
for sure. Especially
Evan chasing down Brady in the 59, but then TJ Hunt like slid between them right at the end there. So TJ got up in the mix.
And he's got such a humble approach to this. He just wants to get out there. He just wants to be here. He just wants to have fun. But to already put something down in the top 10 on this size of a field, that's amazing.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by all 3 of those drivers in particular. Of course, Nate Hamilton we've seen in the past. Think back to Lime Rock Park where he and Chris Forsberg were going at it. It was an absolute blast to watch those drivers completely throw it down at a place like Lime Rock Park in Lakeville, Connecticut. But with cars off track, pretty exciting thriller. There are a couple of spins and slides there, but no major contact, which is great to see, especially with the conditions so tricky.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're going to, especially any kind of wet conditions, you're going to see spins. You're going to see people losing control of the car. But it really takes a lot of concerted effort to make sure you don't make that a collision.
Well, let's have a look at some of the highlights here from GridLife's first Rush Series race of the weekend. Even on the pace laps, things were slick. Drivers slipping and sliding around behind the pace car. And on the initial start, a spin and a slide from a couple of different cars sort of getting collected in the aftermath there. One of those was the 227 car of AJ Campo. Instagrant getting up to speed here. Big slides from the 51 of Gage Hughes in pursuit of the top 5. Then it was the 256. We saw this car spun out a little bit later in the race, right here, in fact, right out of turn 14. Got back rolling, back underway after that little slip and slide. Here's Evan Shanks. Actually, that was Nate Hamilton chasing down Jalen Batley, I believe.
That was such a clean turn. Really nice slip there.
And run up to the kink. Little side-by-side action here. A little battle of the bravest. Jeremy Boysen went around for a spin about halfway through the race. Somebody else did as well. But there was the checkered, and it was on the last lap that Ryan Leach stole it from Andy Vocal after Vocal had led since the drop of the green flag. The GridLife Rush Series race is complete. Now it's time for GridLife Touring Cup qualifying. First broadcast session of our premier road racing series, grassroots amateur racing, but leveled up a notch. Again, thanks for joining us, GridLife South Carolina, and round 1 of 9 of the 2025 GridLife season. And for the first time in a competitive session this weekend, a 38-car GLTC field will take to the racetrack to set the grid for the first race, which will be tomorrow. Now, we've shifted the weekend schedule around a little bit. Typically, we do race 1 on Friday, races 2, 3, and 4 on Saturday, but now we do races 1 and 2 on Saturday and races 3 and 4 on Sunday. Right. So spread out the weekend a little bit more fun for the spectators here trackside as well. Storylines, Eibach joins GLTC as the title sponsor for 2025. That is huge news. It's huge for the series, huge for the sport of grassroots auto racing. And there was a video that Eibach put out with their CEO talking about, sponsoring the best, racing in the world. DTM in particular was one that he mentioned. And now 40 years later, joining GridLife with the Eibach GLTC Championship. So that's huge news for us, and we're really excited to get things underway here in GLTC qualifying. Storylines, our past champion, Matan Rosenberg, in the number 484, new livery for him with that Eibach partnership. He's also gained a big Eibach logo on the nose, and also Falcon tires on board with him. You've got a selection of 200 treadwear tires here in the series, Kevin, but the Falcon RT60 has been a choice for a lot of drivers for a long time. And of course, we'll see the 484 on those quite a bit this season.
Yeah, that was my exclusive tire of last year. And now, since then, there's a 660 Plus. So I imagine most people have upgraded to the new 660 Plus, and it'll be, for most, a chance to try out this new tire. But there's a lot of choices there. We've added a number of options from Toyo and other manufacturers as well, so that you really have quite a lot of variety. You can't just take anything from the 200 treadwear category, but there are a lot of choices at your disposal, and I think we'll see that at play.
So again, like we did with the GridLife Rush Series qualifying, fastest lap is going to set the grid. So this is a lap time competition. Eric Catil was one of the first drivers out there, returning again in his hybrid racing EG Honda Civic.
Unfortunately, I hope I didn't spoil something for him, but I talked to him earlier, and he was saying that his goal is just to focus on reliability. He had some issues that plagued him last season, and that didn't go well because in practice 1 he blew a motor, so he thought. He swapped a motor in, and within 2 hours came out, and then in P2 he ran, I think, the fastest time. So he's back at it. He found it was just actually a small connector or something, but they're ready to act, and they're ready to get competitive.
Yeah, one of the things that plagued him all last season was mostly sensor and electronics related. So he did a lot of work to the electronic system on that car to better set himself up to diagnose problems with the car. And so the fact that he's back on track already, qualifying, says a lot about what he's done. So there's Eric Magnuson in the 330, Eric Catil in the 82, and then following them is the 484 of Matan Rosenberg, who's again in that Falcon and Eibach liveried car. These 3 drivers I expect to be very, very solid, but Catil and Rosenberg in particular, I think, are championship favorites.
Absolutely. We have that evidence from past seasons. Eric Magnuson came in really strong last year. He's got a fresh motor in the car. He thinks he's got the setup dialed in pretty well, so he's also one certainly to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, so we'll see. It looks pretty congested out there. Only 28 cars have come across the timing and scoring loop. I know that there is more than that entered, but they were all packed together. And this is one of those sessions where you want to get some clear racetracks so you're not held up by traffic, and really only the front 3 or 4 have that right now.
Exactly, and the grid is completely open, so it's first come, first serve, and you can position where you want to start from. So there's nothing from practice affects how you start this out. Oh, already a bit of a slide through there. That's going to hurt your times, and what's really tough here is it could hurt the times of the people behind you.
Yeah, that was just, I think you got out on the rumble strips and it just dug in, and there's a lot of water pooled in those things in the gator strips. But Rosenberg goes back to the top of 149.974. As far as laps that I'm expecting, we don't have any practice results to go over as far as times, but I'd expect, what, 43s, 42s?
There were 42s in P2 practice, according to our scoring, our live scoring. So we'll see those. I don't expect to see those times in qualifying due to the conditions.
Yeah, again, the track is not completely dry, but it's not completely wet either. It's just going to be reduced grip again. Tons of new competitors joining us this season. There is a 18 driver deep list of new drivers. So last year you were one of the only new guys in the
That's
field.
right.
And this year you're watching from afar, at least for this round, but you get to see a lot of new drivers go through what you learned last year. So what was the biggest thing in your first qualifying session that you learned?
Oh, that's a great question. Really, it was just the sheer pace of it. I come from the HPDE or the track day world, and when you're just doing driving, it's pretty relaxed. Everybody's giving space, and I expected to warm up into things, but qualifying is serious, and you may only get one shot at it, so you got to get out there, you got to get moving, you got to find your pace any opportunity you can, and it can be stressful.
Yeah, I think the stress level is a big thing for the new drivers because they're definitely concerned about getting to the top of the order. But as you found out last year, it's really hard and you got to be really dialed. Even those that have run with us for several seasons don't immediately just jump to the top. It takes them a little while to get things dialed in for the year. But Magnussen, with some clear racetrack in that gold BMW now, up in second place. He was a driver that was new to us as of COTA last year when we had that cooperation with Super Lap Battle in previous seasons when we had that event before this one. Goes to the top that time, a 1:45.9. We're not that far off from our dry weather times.
No, that's pretty impressive considering the conditions. I think we're going to see a lot of pace this weekend. It might even grow throughout the weekend. That is certainly a quick time for this series.
And Christian Aranha, the number 57, that was a car that came from Jacob Bodenauer, the number 57. That's a yellow Corvette that Aranha's picked up. Christian ran with us in the GRIDLIFE Track Battle series a couple of years ago. That's Hans Horpedal, I believe. Locking up a right front tire off into turn 8.
A little bit of lock up.
Surprised he doesn't have ABS in that car.
Same.
So maybe it's not working properly.
It could be. He was battling with some issues at the beginning of the weekend, but seemed to be unrelated to that.
So I mentioned Aranha because he jumped up to second on the timing and scoring screen. Came from a track battle background running a Chevrolet Camaro. So rear-wheel drive V8 machinery, not new to him. This car is put out quite a bit of smoke, but there's a cool story behind this thing.
Yeah, this is, so Alan Bridgemoto here is an Atlanta guy, and so what I love about CMP and the Road Atlanta event coming up is it brings some of the Southeast crew into the GRIDLIFE fold. That's a really cool car. It's got an original actual Escort Cosworth body on there, and that's what's great about this series is you can run something really special. We're careful about not having collisions all the time. You can bring your special car out, build it to fit the series, and there's a place for you here. GLTC, specifically this Eibach GLTC class, allows for that, and it's really exciting. Magnussen way wide, maybe even touching some dirt there. The rain's keeping it from kicking dust everywhere, but we're seeing everybody's pushing hard up front. We're going to see some really quick times. Everybody's after those top times, but yeah, we just saw Baton pull away.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why he would do that unless he was experiencing some kind of problem. The qualifying time is relatively limited, and you don't want to necessarily get released back into traffic here. So we'll see what happens. Catil up to third. James Cathers in a BMW up to fourth place. Eric Jensen in the 184. That's an LS Swap FRS in sixth place. Look at this mess. All these drivers are new except for Nick Barbado in the 49 BMW, that white E36 in the middle. He's the only driver returning this season in this group of cars we have on screen.
Yeah, there's so many new drivers here, and we're really pushing the culture piece. That's the part that we really focus in on new drivers to make sure they understand what the expectations are between drivers, that we're all working together as friends. You know, it may be a competition, it may be a stark competition here, but we have to work together, and you're seeing really clean racing as a result, and hopefully we continue to see that.
Yeah, the 137 is Ian Balestra that's behind the wheel of that Civic. Carlos Mendez and Thomas Lathrop in these BMWs, the white BMWs that look very similar. Tony Marchev, big tank slapper slide, great save. Absolutely. But he's going to splash through the water there at the exit of turn 8.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to completely fall off a pace, and then you might have screwed up that qualifying lap for the person behind you. It's a delicate balance, especially with this many cars on track at the same time.
Yeah, and again, he also has that Corvette that Luke LeGroux had. I'm not sure where that car is or why he chose the S2000, thinking that would be the car to have this weekend, but giving him a little challenge. He's 10th on the board, but wrestling it right now on course.
If you're familiar with the Eibach GLTC series, we've seen a lot of C5 Corvettes do well. Do so well, in fact, the rules have shifted a little bit. There's some advantages that you get if you're running a smaller wheel, a lighter car, and there's actually a disadvantage. You take a penalty for running a Corvette in particular due to the frontal area and the underbody aero.
Christian Aranha to the top of the board on debut here at Carolina Motorsports Park, a 143.383. Here's James Cathers, P5. Cathers actually does have a race win under his belt back at Mid-Ohio in 2023, I believe, if my memory serves correctly.
Looks like that Jetta is either just trying to let people by and make some space, or maybe some kind of difficulty there, really fell back. Looks like that was just a strategic move to give them some space.
Yeah, just try to find yourself as much clear racetrack as you can.
What a cool car that is.
There's a lot of really unique builds that have joined us this season. Peter Zhang up to 8th. He was so close to winning a race at Laguna Seca last year.
Incredible.
So close. There's Thomas Lathrop in that BMW. I mentioned his teammate Carlos Mendez. Good to have that duo back. This is sort of a home race for them based in Florida, but still an 11-hour drive.
Yeah, it's amazing to think that that's the nearby one, but it's great to see them out there, and they're really dedicated. Here's Peter back out going through. Are we looking at turn 8 right here?
Yep.
Yep, going through the kink. This next turn up ahead, that's turn 10. And be pretty close to flat, if not flat. It's really going to be conditions dependent, but I don't see any kind of lift there. I think that's all the way through.
Yeah, no brake lights either. Everyone just keeping the foot to the floor here in qualifying. I'm so impressed with Aranha's lap there. It's a full 7/10 clear of Eric Magnussen. Now, the other thing is, for all the drivers that are new, they also have to deal with the rules about power to weight. And when you come off the racetrack, especially if you're on pole and you're brand new, they're going to pull that car, put it on the dyno, and see what horsepower it makes. Not saying that that car isn't already legal, or that he wasn't not attempting to be, but it always makes you, question. That's a fast car for being so new, right?
It's kind of tough. And one thing you probably don't have access to is the GRIDLIFE dyno, which may not show the same numbers as some other dynos or something like that.
Right.
And just all the specifics of, well, maybe my weight wasn't exactly where I thought it would be. Too much fuel, too little fuel. There's a lot of things that you need to consider.
Subaru's out there as well. But jumping on the brakes for turn 1, that's Kyle Hale that he's side by side with for the moment. But Aranha, Catil, Magnussen, and Eric Jensen up to 4th place. Great run there for Jensen. Barbado, Mendez, Cathers. You see some new names in this mix, and that's great to see. The 6'10 as well. Ben Swanson up into 9th place. That's a new name in GLTC, Eibach GLTC competition.
Carlos, last season was really fighting a lot of suspension issues on his E90, and just kind of fought it all season. Started getting a little better for him at the end of the year, but he thinks he's got that all solved, and I would say the times are kind of showing that with that 145.3 that he's already posted on the board. I expect to see a lot from him this season.
Now that we've had about 10 minutes under our belt here, you're seeing a lot more spreading out, and I think we're seeing drivers shuffle around on the ticker a lot more at this point, just because they've got room to lay down their best time. See offline there, a little bit of water still there, but the dry line is dry, and I think now we're seeing those times in the 42s as we anticipated.
Absolutely, yeah. Back in the 42s, that's pretty much the fastest times we've seen. I think a 42.0 is the fastest we've seen in practice, and Catil is really reeling that back in, and then Aranha back at it.
Immediately back to the top again. So Christian Aranha and Catil, bare knuckle brawl there at the top of the ticker for now. And then Peter Zhang in this 28, he was so tantalizingly close to winning and was defeated in a drag race to the finish line at Laguna Seca last year, and picks up to 6th, then it gets knocked back immediately down to 7th with Carlos Mendez. So the track is getting faster.
Absolutely.
And we have not yet seen the 484 of Matan Rosenberg come back out, and he is now down in 17th place. You think he's just waiting?
That's an interesting thought. We knew there was a lot of traffic. We knew that maybe it's not worth it. Maybe you want to cool the tires back down, get back out there and give it another shot with freer air. And so that might be the strategy.
Is that him right there? Yes, it is. So Rosenberg is back on the racetrack now. And so we'll give it a lap or two and see where he ends up. Tom Panzarella, that's that E30 BMW, the number 89, up to 17th.
I actually just bought an E30. Really cool cars. Yes, I did. Very unique, suspension. It's a bit outdated, but it's still beloved. And the Spec E30 series has been really popular, and it's raised a lot of incredible pro drivers. There's some great chassis out there that are a lot of fun, and that's, again, Eibach GLTC gives you that opportunity to bring a really unique and interesting chassis.
Build your dream car, right?
Exactly.
We've seen that a number of times. I think, Eric Catil with the Civic hatch that he had prior, he always had wanted to build a Civic sedan, and so he said, this is the time to do it when the hatch got crashed at Road America in 2021. Magnussen splits the difference between Aranha and Catil, goes second quick, a 142.539. And so the top 3 drivers all within a 10th and change of a second.
Wow, we're picking up a lot of pace here. I looks like Justin Lee was just doing a little bit of traffic management there. Oh, Catul ended up just off track.
So that was right at 14, right behind us.
All right, he decided to get out of the way and just pull off.
Yeah, so there's Magnuson up the road. Whoa,
oh,
whoa,
wow, that
way
was way
fast.
off. Now he just, wow.
That was a huge slide for Catul.
He just added ABS to that car. I wonder if something wasn't acting like it.
Gosh. And the tires, just the slightest touch there at the end. But that was a scary moment, I'm sure. And he did everything that he should have done. Get that car sideways, bleed off the speed, and then he hit the gravel trap. And did a great job slowing the momentum of that car down. But that was a scary moment. It reminds me so much of what happened to him back at Midwest Festival, back when we had it in the fall in Gingerman Raceway a couple of years ago. He had a brake pads that he basically ran down to nothing, and it went to the pedal, and he had nothing.
Yeah, that definitely looked like a brake failure, not just memory lapse and hitting the brakes late. He is a seasoned driver. He knows what he's doing, especially in that car. He has so much seat time in that car, so something went wrong.
Yeah, and he's had enough experience sliding that thing sideways at speed now that he did a good job dealing with what he did to make that not a bigger incident than it was. So fourth place for Catul, but he will have some work to do, I'm sure.
Definitely.
As get a look at Tony Marchev again in the 17. I'd say one of the most improved drivers of 2024. We had him around for a couple of seasons now, but last year made huge strides, was up at the podium contending for victories at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in that black S2000.
And with a pretty consistent car, too. And not to mention, turbo is a difficult thing to make reliable in the racing format. And he's had that turbocharged S2000 for quite some time.
Matan Rosenberg snuck up into second place while we were watching Catul go for a slide. So I think I might have been onto something with him waiting out and wait for the traffic and the track to come to him a bit, right? And so now we've got four drivers within a tenth of a second. That is crazy close to me.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is, grassroots road racing. Eibach GLTC. How tight is it at the top? And this is just qualifying. When we get to race time and you have all the other things come into play in race conditions. Let's see if Rosenberg goes to the top. It's two C5 Corvettes at the top of the board right now. Is it a pickup? It is,
wow.
And that's a 141.865.
Broke that 142 barrier.
And he's going to jump the curbs. He's still on it, I think, as well. So he's absolutely flying in that Falcon car at the moment. This is a new car to us, the 369 of Zach Mortimer.
Look at that wing. That's incredible.
This is a great-looking car. And you said, build the dream cars. This is, anytime you see a wing like that, it's a cool-looking race car. Actually, we were talking about Eibach and their partnership way back in the day with DTM and the way cars looked back then. It kind of reminds me of that sort of era of road racing.
It really does.
Peter Zhang still out there making great laps. Sixth place for Zhang, right behind Nick Barbado, who's in his second season of Grid Life competition.
Now that it's kind of emptied out, you do see those front runners being very strategic about when they put down the laps to try to get that fastest lap. Other drivers will use this opportunity of clear air for just additional practice. Maybe something went wrong in practice before, or you just want more seat time here. A lot of people don't have much familiarity with CMP and need to get that in so that they're ready to have that advantage once racing begins.
Certainly. We've got Balestra and Marchev rolling through turns 13 and headed down to 14 now. See if Marchev can jump back up into the top 10. He's 13th at the moment and just ran his best lap the prior time around. So I'd anticipate him going even quicker now. And again, the air temp is coming down a little at the tail end of the day here too. So track should be a little bit faster. Didn't look like pick up that time for Marchev. It was a 145. No, 145.160. I guess it was a pickup, just not a big one.
That's just how tight this is. I always tell people what it takes to win Eibach GLTC is not just a fast driver and not just a fast car. It requires both.
Yeah.
You have to have both a fast car and it has to be driven by a fast driver.
The other thing is a lot of these cars are engineered by the drivers. So not only do you have to be a good driver with a good car, you also have to be a good engineer.
Absolutely.
And a good strategist and a good qualifier. And there's a little side-by-side action down to the kink. Why not? Let's do it. You have to be, good at everything. Right, and I think that's what makes this series so much different than a one-make series where all the cars are the same and it's up to the driver. It's up to the driver and your skills as a wrench, too.
Exactly. And it makes it really tough, but at the end of the day, we still end up with really close times. It's not super spread apart. You see only one in the 141s right now, but you see a number of cars in the 142s and everybody else in the top 10 not far behind.
Yeah, just all sorts of different engine layouts and displacements in this mix as well, between those BMWs, between Mendez and Morrison and Rubenstein, who's in an MX-5, and Barbado in a BMW, Jensen in an LS FRS, Catil with his K24-powered Honda Civic. You've got Eric Magnussen up there in the 330 with an LS, Aranha, Rosenberg in C5s. But the more things change, the more they stay the same, huh? With Montano.
It really does. Yeah, and despite the fact that we pulled, wow, look how cool this car is.
It's great.
I love that livery. All the body work. It's really interesting.
It really does. The wide body on that's absolutely gorgeous.
It's wild.
And yeah, wide body. I mean, there is as long as your tires are covered by your fenders,
you're legal.
Fair play.
Absolutely.
Just noted a couple drivers that we haven't seen farther up the order than I would have thought. Gary Wimble in the number 1, down in 20th place. Hans Horpedal, we've not seen a lot of in that number 77, other than that big lockup he had down into 8. But over the course of this session, now we effectively see the track completely dry and lap times that are on record pace with what we've ever run here.
Yeah, I think we're going to have with the weather brought the cool temps. So once the track conditions get to ideal, which they're not far from, we really do expect to see these incredible times. Maybe some track records will be broken this weekend.
Yeah, that was my next question, is what was the track record? And the track record here was run by Jeremy Swenson in 2023, a 140.479. Am I looking right? I guess I am. Maybe not.
Little ways to go to get to there, but I do expect to continue to see faster times. Watching Carlos a little closer here, that car looks really great. He just updated this livery to match his Spec E30 he raced on years ago.
Yeah.
It's got a teal logo on one side and then like a maroon on the other, so it's a really neat livery.
Checkered flag is out. This is the last opportunity for drivers to go fast. Rosenberg is still at the top, but can he stay there? Christian Aranha, I haven't seen that car out there in a few laps. 142.411, 0.6 back from Rosenberg. So checkered there for Mendez. He'll stay 8th for now. Here comes Nick Barbado. There's the 23 car as well. This is a really cool car. We haven't ever seen a Ford Focus in Eibach GLTC competition.
Yeah, that Focus ST is a really neat car. I believe it's an ST, not an RS. Something very unique to our platform. We've got some front-wheel drives, quite a lot of front-wheel drives, but not many turbo front-wheel drives. Certainly not from the factory.
Yeah, just not a lot of contemporary front-wheel drive cars in general. Like, we have a lot of Honda Civics in that category, but we haven't seen a lot from Ford, despite that platform being pretty well set up. But Carlos Mendez, as we mentioned, 8th. Nick Barbado, 6th place. Daniel Giraldo jumps up to 9th. That is a Lexus F-Series, RF Series, in the 9th place position. And he trekked all the way out from California, I believe.
Wow.
So that's a long way.
Maybe he'll stick around and come down to Road Atlanta afterwards.
There you go.
Just a few weeks away.
So qualifying is complete for GRIDLIFE. GRIDLIFE's last competitive session of the day, Eibach GLTC Championship, the new partnership for 2025. And already has brought out some really cool cars and some really unique builds. So many new drivers. The other thing to note is just 30 cars, well, actually 28 took times. We have 36 on the entry list. So who are the other 6 that we haven't seen?
This is really tough. This is the beginning of the season, so cars builds usually take longer than we expect, and you'll see a lot of people that will start to trickle in later in the season because they just couldn't quite get the car ready for that first event.
Yeah, Peter Zhang, nice effort there, 7th place in the number 28. That's that red Turn-In Concepts FRS. LS engine under the hood, don't let it fool you. It's definitely got some juice there. Brian Santiago in that number 23 Ford Focus ST, as you mentioned. And coming back into the pit lane. And that's that for Eibach GLTC qualifying. Let's have a look at the highlights from qualifying for Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Championship. Big slide there early for Ian Balestra. He went for a moment in turn number 1, gathered it back up. Eric Magnussen using every inch of available racetrack in his qualifying effort. Joel Morrison in the green car. A little bit of congestion down into turn 14.
Yeah, we're not after all that side-by-side action in qualifying, but we saw a bit of it because it was busy. And then Tony Marchev with this big save.
He was trying to be side by side with himself. He was all crossed up down there at turn 8, got onto the rumbles, splashed through the water. Josh Rubenstein. Whoa, then there's Catil. That still catches me off guard. Big slide off into the gravel with some kind of braking problem. But then right after that, it was Matan Rosenberg jumping to the top of the order, and he stayed there in pretty spectacular fashion. So with that, it'll be Matan Rosenberg on the pole for tomorrow's race number 1 in that Falcon liveried 484 car.
Yeah, dipping out, coming back in, looks like it did was the right strategy. It certainly worked out for him.
Yeah, just... And so with that, the tail end of the action from Friday here at Grid Life. We had a little bit of a delay. We're a little behind schedule. We had planned to show you some drift action. We've got so much more of that coming this weekend. So Saturday and Sunday will be full days of racing here for us. But man, what a show we had in the Grid Life Rush Series. And Eibach Grid Life Touring Cup Championship qualifying is complete. So with that, Friday's action is complete here from the stage. Kyle Heyer alongside Kevin Bendy. Kevin, final thoughts here on Friday's action.
Man, the weather was really just kind of a wild card there, but it worked out. We saw some great lap times, even better than practice in GLTC, and we really saw incredible battles in Rush. I think we have an amazing weekend ahead of us. I think this is just a taste of what we've got coming up.
Lots of fun stuff here this weekend. But signing off for Friday, Kyle Heyer alongside Kevin Bandy. Grid Life South Carolina continues on Saturday.
You want me to take you back? You want me to take you back? You want me to take you back?